There we go. All right. Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
Oh, the world is fucked, but we're going to try to deal with one issue at a time. Because holy shit, I could make videos on all the problems that and how I see them. But I would say two things that I felt unhappy with. I see some too much because just people know too, I'm an anarcho-humanist. So and what that means in a sense to me is that you guide all your principles through ethics and humanistic behavior, that you care and you're not obligated just to care, but to act upon that care. Anyways, just so people know my stance is just, I feel obligated. Everyone doesn't have this, but it's nice to see when anarchists agree, because I think some of that stuff is just like almost inherent. Like, shouldn't it be part of anarchism?
Right. Yeah. Like, what are you going to do? Not do anything?
Like I got to explain in the other video about anarchism, it's like some stuff to me, they talked about like axioms. I was arguing with someone this morning about reason and axioms, right? And because I said that reason is my only master. And I explained, I said that, reason, the first thing that happens is like an event happens. So just to explain it real quick. And then I'm going to read something to argue, because it's just irritating. But so as a rationalist, it's irritating because rationally I try to understand the world. I'm not against skepticism.
Right.
I told you before, just so people understand, although I don't consider myself a skeptic, I never appeal to doubt. I appeal to reason, and then when I lack information, I may then have some level of doubt, or I may just say, like some people feel agnostics do, which we're going to do a video about that too.
Right.
But that it's a middle position. If that's all it is, in the sense of the middle position can't be actual middle position, because it's either A or not A in logic. So there's no middle position in a sense. But if you mean it that I'm going to suspend judgment, which is rational, because I don't have enough evidence to support a positive conclusion or support totally a negative conclusion. Let's say that they feel that way.
Right.
If I don't feel that way, it's obviously negative. There's no fucking evidence at all for anything. So, yeah, there's no start, because there never was. It's always been playing some philosophy fantasy game to me. I mean, talking about God. The God concept is just a concept. What the fuck is a God?
Yeah.
And how about this? Let's just say, right? So who claims to have God, right? Because I don't. I'm an atheist. I don't claim any knowledge of God, because there's nothing that I understand. But theists will claim. And let's just say, here's this after years, because 2006 when I became an open atheist, right?
Mm-hmm.
For a long time. It's also when I started the journey of learning about anarchism and history and everything. Really, because just like people understand too, why I care about archaeology and stuff more than just philosophy or something, is because I didn't get to it by philosophy. I mean, my conclusion of atheism.
Right.
I got it because I had 2 religious classes, had to learn religion first, which that was new to me, because as being a Christian, I never tried to learn religion at all.
Right.
Because it was all wrong. But so, and then I had to take a class on the Bible. Once I took the class in the Bible, only halfway through the class, I became atheist.
Right.
I didn't even finish the class in the Bible.
Yeah.
They started showing archaeological facts that like debunked the Bible all over the place. I was done. Fucking done. And also about Satan, learning that Satan, Lucifer, the devil, all these, the serpent, are not even the same being. Right. Even by the Bible standards, if you actually read what it's saying. Because some of it says that it's God's, in a sense, doing stuff on God's behalf.
Right.
Like say when he's, testing someone or doing something.
Right.
That's in a sense as God's, So, but then later, it's just like this horrid thing that's always doing wrong. You're like, well, how can that be the same thing? How about this?
They were kind of on the same team for a while.
Right, yeah, because that's what clearly the Bible says this. And also the Bible starts with Sheol, not hell. And Sheol sounds more like regular death.
Right, yeah.
It says you are cut off from God. You are in the dust and the bones. And
eternal like darkness or what have you, right?
Right. Just plain death. No magical, spiritual, ghosts and goblins. But anyway,
you're not being tortured for eternity.
Yeah. To me, the whole but the health thing and all that stuff started clicking to me, because in a sense, I never thought about anything. And so people know too, we're going to talk about philosophy, which I am very good at, and I've never taken a class. I've never read an entire book from a philosopher. In fact, I only even tried to read Nietzsche, one book, and it got like, I don't know, a quarter way through and went, fuck this, threw it out. And then I even like I got into axiology, right? I've read like they're like $100 or more than that books. I don't know, but they have like, you know, because the shit is, that's why nobody's heard of axiology, is because it's like after doctorate almost. I mean, it's like, or doctorate. It's just, it's like I want to say it's a niche philosophy, but not really. It's sad that it is a niche philosophy.
Right. Yeah.
I should say, actually, because holy shit, it's fucking really good. And so most of the ways that I understand and explain it are my own. Even though I read 5 books on axiology, one of them I read half of. One I read all of, which is the New Psychology of Axiology. I thought that was great, but I didn't agree with everything he said. But I thought it was pretty great. And I really love the one line that he says, that morality is too important to leave it in the hands of philosophy or religion. It must be grounded in science. I went, woo! That's exactly how I feel. What the fuck? Yeah. Anyways, but I won't go into all that because I told you we'll do another thing on morality. But I wanted to start with this and just on morality, yeah. But I wanted to discuss reality, because I feel like holy fuck, we're not even on reality yet to even get to other shit to explain or whatever. So, oh my god, to me as a rationalist, it's so hard because and people also understand axiology is not axioms.
Right.
Axiology is a value theory. It's a way of understanding and processing and judging things. It's the value judgment. When you do judgments almost of any kind, you're sort of employing, hopefully, a good axiology, because there's also just an emotional one. Like you just do what you emotionally think in a sense. And so that bias is in there.
Right.
But anyways, so we go back to the axioms. So this one guy tried to say, because I said before, I say it all the time, I said to many philosophers and they don't disagree. So I'm talking about professional philosophers, not these wannabe people on the internet. And I also am a wannabe person on the internet. So I'm not trying to put that down either or trying to be superior. All I'm trying to say is that your impression that I don't do philosophy well, when I have actual people that teach it in school,
right,
philosophy, say that what I'm doing is great and keep doing it, Damien. You know, there's a big difference between me taking, this goes back to value. So which has more value? The opinion of a scholar who is a doctorate in philosophy and has taught for 20, 30 years, looks at what I say and says it's new, it's done in a different way, and it's great, it makes sense, it seems simple, keep doing it. You know, or keep working at what you're doing, at making philosophy simple in a sense.
Yeah.
So my point is, that's why I listen to other people. I just go, yeah. So this one guy was really being a dick. In fact, he even said, "Oh, come to the big leagues." I just stopped talking to him. But I'm going to address why he's wrong here, because, like I told you before, I'm done with doing direct activism as a way of life. I don't argue with every fucking fool. So, anyways, so axioms, right? He said axioms come before reason, and I said, how do you reach that it's a good axiom if you don't use reason?
Yeah, it's nonsense.
And so let me just read real quick so people can grasp. Okay. So in mathematics and logic, an axiom is an unproven rule or first principle. First off, how do you get a principle if you didn't think about it? Accept it as true. How do you accept it as true if you don't think about it? Because it is self-evident. How is it self-evident or particularly useful if you don't reason to that it is useful? Yep. You obviously reached a conclusion of value judgment because you said it was useful.
Mm-hmm.
Because you said it was true.
Yep.
These are claims. The truth is in an axiological sense. Whenever I hear someone say truth, all I hear is that's a claim. You haven't done anything. You have to justify that it is true or explain why it is true.
Right.
Whether you think it's self-evident or not self-evident. I mean, it requires a justification. That's why I've told before, my main thing, try to make it simple for people, is justificationism. I will not, as a rationalist, accept no justification. No.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the idea of self-evident, right? Like, I like to be able to say, well, here are the instances where this is a true statement, and here's the cases where this works. Like,
right. So it's, I said, how do you get to axiom in any valid way than just emotions in a valid way, right, of something useful, right? Because you made that value judgment, and then reasoning wasn't involved. Get the fuck out of here. So
Yeah.
let's go to, so let's also go to something else to make it more easier for people to
Okay.
grasp. An axiom is the same as Damien says all the time, speculation, which is something I reached after a reasoned thinking.
That's right.
Hopefully.
Yeah, like I'm stuck on like the idea that they didn't use reason to create an axiom, because even if it's a bad
How
axiom,
do you think I feel? And I'm the rationalist. I
like,
hear that and I'm like, that's just fucking crazy talk.
that's nonsense. You
What
can't
fuck?
reach anything without using reason, whether it's good or bad. Like, you cannot do it.
Well, because thinking can occur and it be unreasoned, but reasoned is ordered or sensible thinking. So because of that, yes. If you say it's sensible, it's usable, it's good, it's self-evident, you've just said you have reasoned it into existence.
Yeah.
Thus, it didn't come from nowhere. Anyways, so go, sorry. I
For sure.
It's because I'm frustrated, man. When I talk to people, I just go, "What the? Come
I hear
on."
ya.
Anyway, so once again, let's go. What's a postulate? Because that's also what that's mainly besides a speculation. A postulate,
Right.
To ask, to demand, like what? To claim, right? So I said claim. Once again, every claim has a burden of what? Proof. So they try to say it doesn't have proof, but you've already got to that because of the basis of reason. Anyways, it says, look, the other thing is a verb, right? Is to claim or assume the existence of truth, especially on the basis of reasoning or arguing.
Mhm.
Once again, you're wrong. That's why. And I've already said it. I don't know why people fight. Am I saying something so crazy? And I just say that my reason is my only master. It's the only thing I demand that I follow, because I see reason also as a revolutionary thing.
Yeah.
Every time you follow reason, you have chosen not to just follow your own desires, your own opinions, your doubts, your whatever. I'm saying you have chosen to try to remove yourself and do something that makes sense to more than just, I don't know, you.
Yeah, that's right. And even to make sense of something to yourself, like you're still like, it's very strange to me.
Yeah. But I'm sure it's probably even stranger once I start explaining how fucking strange it is to me.
Right.
So then let's go to axioms. So an axiom, right? We're going to read it again because he said it was so great and I need to come to the big leagues. So an axiom, a postulate, an assumption is a statement that is taken to be true to serve as a premise or a starting point for what? Wait a minute. Further reasoning.
Further. I think the word further there.
Yeah. Let's see. Sorry, I was right. Okay. So let's go back to the ancient Greeks, because maybe he thinks he's still right. The word comes from ancient Greek, meaning, this is what it means, the axiom, that which is thought, right? Because you used thinking, reasoning, worthy or fit, that which commends itself as evident. But anyway, so what I'm trying to say is, going back to that, yes, this is what it is. I mean, you can fight me if you guys like, but I'm right on what I'm saying. So I've been saying it for, let's see, I don't know, about 20 years or so, since I didn't really realize I was even a rationalist. So I kept fighting so many skeptics and agnostics, and then I started realizing, holy fuck, okay, then I know what I am.
Right.
And once again, like I said, I'm not against people. It's generally probably when they use that term and then how they behave that makes me suspect. Like the person I'm dealing with, it's axioms are before. He's figured I'm wrong because axioms are before.
Right.
Right.
Wow.
You didn't pay attention, did you? No. But anyways, so I like I said, my thing isn't just to go on and on about that person. And also, as you notice too, I don't like saying people's names because I believe we should attack the problem, not really attack people. The value is greater. So
yeah, and like you say, like this person isn't probably the only person who thinks this way.
Oh
yes,
right.
So it isn't worth saying so and so when you can say, here's this idea they expressed and here's why it's wrong.
Right. Now, like I told you, this is a little bit different Like when I saw a post from David Silverman that was racist, I was fucking done with him right there. And I know you said I should have been done with him earlier, but my point is, I was trying to help him because at one time he seemed more reasonable, and I used to hang out with him and stuff. I liked him. I told him his politics were wrong to his fucking face. I did. Told him it's wrong, and then I told him to explain why he's wrong, why capitalism is wrong, and he was telling me, well, I'm kind of like a moderate sort of. Nah, that's not good enough. How the fuck did you do that? I was going off on him. We were sitting at a table in somewhere in Washington. Can't remember now, but Washington State. But anyways, because he was there to like present something. Anyways, but my point is, I don't hold back. I just tell the fucking truth. I don't give a fuck who, because I don't care if you're a billionaire, whatever. I fucking don't care. Yeah. I'm totally non-hierarchical in my thinking. I don't like to think like that.
Yeah.
It feels prejudicial to me.
For sure.
If like why? Because the good justification. Do I have a really good justification why the plot of dirt that I reside on is somehow makes me just a better human than a plot of dirt how many are thousands of miles away in another country or another whatever? It's just foolishness. The same with understanding logic. It's just fucking foolishness. No. That's why I say to me, this anarchism is also to me kind of self-evident. Yeah. You know what a good person does? Oh, they don't coerce people. Oh, that sounds like an anarchist value. You know what? Also, they realize they're not better than other people. Oh, so they're non-hierarchical. Well, fucking great. Anyway. Because like every video, we just gotta throw in a little anarchism for the hell of it.
Yeah, for sure. I guess it's semi-related. Like, some people were arrested recently in Saskatchewan for, I guess, the crime of soliciting sex online or whatever. So they were trying to buy sexual action, or like they were trying to buy sex.
Right.
But so I posted, I don't think this should be illegal. I think that when we arrest people like this, like what it does is it pushes it farther underground, and it actually makes the women who do sex work less safe. And I got a series of trolls who are like, sex work isn't real work, or, sex workers, like, this is all, you can't be a leftist and be pro-sex work. And it's like all this stuff. And so I'm going off. I just don't think people understand what non-coercion is. They don't understand what liberation is.
That people own themselves.
Yeah.
If you really grasp that, like, why do we not want to be coerced? Because we fucking own ourselves. So you realize because we own ourselves, you can't coerce them. Like, can't put them in slavery. You know what I'm saying? You can't just force them to have abortions or whatever, or not have abortions, or whatever the fuck you want them to do. Not transition or what? No.
Right. Yeah.
No.
People who do things that you don't think are good for them are still allowed to do those things.
Exactly.
If you want them to stop those things, you have to convince them through reason to not do those things.
Right. But also sometimes that we've gotten into the thing that it's our job to tell everyone what the fuck they should do.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think a lot of it, like I don't personally like the idea of eating shit, but I would never make a law against it. If an adult wants to do that, go for it. Just like, to me, you'll see a lot of people, right? They'll go, oh, an adult should be able to do whatever they want, because that's Damien's principle, that they own themselves. But then they'll go, but if they're family and they're adults, that's to go to jail time.
Right.
Like, what the fuck? Like, well, it's sickening. It may be. I think eating shit's sickening. So, and I'm not saying first off that it is sickening. I'm just saying, and so
it's not up to me.
I don't give a fuck what you think.
That's right.
Just because I wouldn't engage in that behavior personally does not mean I have the right to tell other people they can't. Exactly. I don't engage in homosexuality with men, but of course, people certainly can do that. I was making a comment that, and who gives a fuck?
Exactly.
So I was just saying. So that goes back to me that, like I said, the values. That's why it's important, I think, to understand like what I'm talking about. Like, how did you get to this without making a value judgment? How do you, like, axiology? how did you get to axiology without reason? It's impossible.
Yeah.
You can't. So when you say that, I know you're foolish because you can't do that.
Yeah, that's right.
Anyways, so, but like I said, I think it's important. I know this is my wife says, "Oh my God, I can't believe you talk about this." Not that it's not good to talk about, but that I need to.
Yeah,
like, I need to address like simple, because this is not like in a sense trying to show that we focus all the time trying to teach philosophy or something. It's just, oh my God, when people say certain things, I'm like, they need fucking help to think, obviously. So that's what I'm trying to do here. Just like a lot of people, especially in the atheist movement, I've heard both on both sides, but more from the Christian side, kind of anti-science stuff. Like, because I've heard some skeptics do that too. Well, we can't really trust science. I'm like, I don't trust what you just said.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big difference between being like, science is a process, and sometimes that's flawed by the people that do it, and like you can question the conclusions they came to and whatnot. But there's also like, I mean, you can trust the process. You can trust the value of evidence as the reason to believe in certain things.
Right, and all of that is because of philosophy.
Right, of course, yeah, for sure.
Right, that's why I think that I've had all kinds of arguments. Well, what's better? Science has made philosophy unnecessary. And I'm like, wow, there's an unaware person if I've ever heard one.
Yeah,
literally, almost every single part of science is a fucking philosophy. But anyways, or mathematics, which still goes back to logic, which still can in a sense relate to philosophy.
Yeah.
Anyways,
for sure.
And going back to that too is that people that act like it's new, like, and also the one person we're going to read, because I had an argument. So I had an argument today, right, about axioms, dumb shit, right, about can't be reason is starting.
Right.
Of course it is. What the fuck? Before reason is thinking, that's not reasonable. How the fuck can you use that? No, come on.
Yeah, that's right. It has to get developed after the initial. Yeah.
Right. You have to have random thoughts and then go, holy shit, I need to order this and think, okay. Whatever. I'm just making a comment that, anyways. So this person, which I also am not going to tell you who they are, and I don't do anything because they're on Twitter, but it's just like I told you before. It's like I said about not attacking certain people, attacking people in general. That's just not my style. Yeah, some people need to, especially like I said, going back to the David Silverman thing. Depending on what you do, it needs to be called out.
Yeah, that's right.
Because at that point, to me, it's not attacking a person. You're actually identifying an error.
Yeah, that's right.
So being a sexist is an error. Being a racist is an error. You know what I'm saying? This is errors. Being unkind is an error.
Yeah.
So to me, these are errors. These are not. None of those two. My mind doesn't like to think in non-errors. Look, a lot of people. But I also do something called reasoning, where I shuffle out the bullshit stuff. Like, no. Yes, here's some good stuff. So, and that's what I feel like reason does. It's the active, in a sense, like I said, it's a revolutionary process, because you have to stop what you would just do or desire or be biased into, and try to say, well, what's actually reasonable outside of just me? And so I feel like, and then once you follow it, what a beautiful thing. What a revolutionary act you've done. Following what is reasoned. So anyways, I'm just saying, which, like I said, to me helps me get to anarchism too. What's reason ends up at that point. Like I said, should you coerce people? No. Are people good that coerce people on a regular basis? No. So I mean, I think that's what I said too, that I told you, which is, it's my flippant but true answer, which is, well, just tell me, your whole ideology and in a couple words. That's it. And I said, oh, my game is simple. I just want to be a good person.
Yeah.
See? Done. And they said, well, what are you a good person to politics? Oh, you don't know anarchism? Well, let me explain. Yeah. One of our main values is we don't coerce others. Yeah. And we don't believe in hierarchy. Everyone is equal. We try to care about everybody.
Yep.
And I said, how is that not what equals a good person? It's just, to me, like I said, self-evident. It seems self-evident. Of course, that is a good. Who could say it's not a good person? Like, fascists. I mean, people that are bad people say it's not a good person. Well, okay, well then that doesn't matter, because once again, value judge. Does their opinion have any kind of weight to it? No.
Exactly.
Fuck no. So, anyways, going back to the thing. So, talking about this guy, I'm not gonna go into it. And I had a bunch of arguments with him before, and he likes some of my stuff, but it's just a constant. Yeah, his like doesn't stop. It would take 2 or 3 days of effort, and I'm not doing that. So, but I did put some of the things he said because he kept saying more shit. I said, oh, done. But anyways, so let's go to the blog. You can look at it too. And so I'll read it since this first thing is mine anyways. Okay. Reason is indeed my only master. Truth is my seductress. And may we all be logic's friend. I am nothing. I am no one. I am just a light in the dark. And my point of that is not like an ego thing. It's actually the opposite of that, is to realize that everything that we are both does matter and doesn't matter. And that's what's hard for some people to grasp is how, and like my life is going to end at some point.
Yeah.
And so what matters is not the life itself, but what I've done in this life, especially to help others, to me. And so that's where I feel like I'm a light in the dark, because I feel like the world is fucking dark. And even I feel some people on our own side seem fucking dark, things they say and what they do. In fact, I don't often go and tell people about anarchists, like how they should act or be. But I saw this thing that said, fuck the police. And it showed someone who looked like raping a police officer.
Right.
That shit is not O-fucking-K.
Yeah, that crosses the line, right?
Right, cross the line. I said the anarchist values are no coercion and no hierarchy. How the fuck are you threatening rape or raping people? What? No, that's not an anarchist anything. What the fuck?
Yeah.
So, and a lot of people liked it, but I didn't think that or posted because of it. Like I posted because it's fucking true.
Yeah.
And it irritates me. But it goes back to this thing. If you don't really got this grounding and you just this wishy-washy shit, you're not making good value judgments. Yeah, you can come up with dumb ideas that you think are accurate.
Yeah.
No.
That's right.
So I had to say something. But anyway, so I'm not even calling out like the page that did that, but I'm just saying that was fucked up, and I said something about it. But anyways, let's go to the philosophy thing now. So I always say, let's make it simple when it comes to atheism. Atheism is the reality position. There is no anti-reality in the atheist position. Theism is the anti-reality position.
Mm-hmm.
And then what, to me, there's something that people have to grasp is change is often more a journey rather than some clear destination. And that is also why I mean that for people that are doing activism too. Don't forget the people that you're helping or talking, even if like that guy I'm saying about axioms and reasoning, don't get really angry. I tried not to just let him go. Mm-hmm. Because he may later think about that and be benefited.
Right.
I've thought about things that people have said sometimes and go,
yep,
no, maybe that's accurate.
Yeah. In fact, that's usually when I change my mind, is much after the fact. and I'm thinking back on
lots of reasoning had to happen.
Oh no. Turns out I was wrong about that.
But also that goes to ego, which I think ego is a big hindrance in learning in general.
Yeah.
Because it says I already know everything and I don't need to learn. And learning new things is a bad thing.
Right.
That's why they said, well, do you hate when something's wrong? I don't hate when something's wrong. I want to know it's wrong so then I can fucking change it, hopefully. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Or understand it better. I mean, but anyways, we're going to go to this. This is a person who is denying objective reality, and you can go ahead and read it.
So objective reality doesn't exist. We've known this for a century. It's time to embrace it and move on. So Damien's response: have you determined that objectively? No. Feelings accrue when thinking is motivated. Thinking that is ordered is reason. Right or sound reason can be used for logic. Right logic can be used for math. Right math applied to the external world is physics. And from there we can establish all other science. And then their statement, your brain has endless illusions. And Damien's response: if you state illusions, they must have a non-illusions source to define them and establish them. If you state there is no objective reality that exists, then you can't define illusions. You seem to believe some nonsense, or as I see it, brought into a bad philosophy that has been invented in taking on reality.
I'm talking on reality. In other words, like when people talk about reality,
Mm-hmm.
they've invented this nonsense that reality is not real. But
Right.
this is about, to me, is woo-woo, to me, just my own personal thinking, is Deepak Chopra's bullshit about
100%.
somehow the quantum physics helps us have our spiritual world, or,
Right.
bullshit. And the quantum physics debunks the authority of the natural world is also bullshit. That's like saying because there's a bunch of atoms and there's things spinning around, that nothing that looks like it's not moving is actually has not moving stuff inside of it. But that's only at a molecular level or a quantum level of stuff's moving around. But to say that a different state somehow debunks the natural world,
Yeah.
no, what we learned is inside of what is the natural world is all this smaller stuff that's doing stuff that we would not have thought through naive realism. But I don't support naive realism.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
We shouldn't support that. And naive realism is basically says stuff that it sounds on its face without science knowledge sounds reasonable, but it's actually foolish. If I said, well, right now, Cory, the Earth is not spinning because I feel no movement.
Because I feel, because I'm sitting still.
That's naive realism. Seriously, that's a logical statement from naive realism. And scientific realism looks down and goes, yeah, that's wrong.
Yeah,
the Earth is spinning like 1,500 miles an hour or something at any given point, but yet we feel nothing. But anyways, I'm just saying, or something like that. I can't remember. But,
yeah, I don't know the exact speed, but you're not far off, I don't think.
But it's something like that. So my point is actually not the speed, but just the fact that even at 1 mile an hour, it feels like not moving.
Yeah.
Right. So the fact that it's moving super fast is even more crazy. But so, and then also it's not just spinning; it's also at the same time flying through space.
Yes.
So it's doing multiple spinning, and we feel fucking nothing. This goes back to what I'm saying. So naive realism, bullshit, seems real without science and without higher reasoning and methodological standards. We're going to have a lot of error. Yeah. So when that's what theists try to go, oh yeah, we naturally, are a failure, like this guy. Oh, we naturally, yeah, I understand that. And that's also why we can think past that when we see the biases, and we try to collect data and try to remove biases.
Yep.
Yeah, and have a whole bunch of people judge it besides ourselves, like I do, put all my ideas out in public.
Yep.
That's right. For years, in fact, some people complain that I explain too much. And I go, yeah, isn't that better than fuckers that hedge their bets by not explaining enough? Like, oh, well, I wasn't really trying to say that shit. My shit, I explained it out so much that I couldn't say that. They'd be like, Damien, it says it right here.
Yeah. So then, if you're wrong, you have to actually change your view.
Yeah, and that's what I've done. I've even done that with history stuff. I had information about millet and it's coming with language, and then I thought it was in Europe sooner because they had data that said that. It's like 4 or 5 science tests, and then a new one said that we're wrong. So I have to go with the updated science. Okay, until I know different. Anyways, but so I don't even get why people have a problem like having something shown as they're in error. Like, good, now it cannot be an error. I mean,
I think there's a difference here though, because, and I think this is an ideology that you and I share, is that being in error means we can learn more and we can change and adapt. Where there is an ideology out there of people who, like, they believe in white supremacy, say, and that they cannot be wrong, because if they're wrong, then their entire worldview collapses.
That movement needs to collapse because that's wrong.
It does. But just as an example, right? But you and I, our worldview is that we need, we don't understand everything. We need to learn more.
Well, look, and I say a lot of wise things, but I remind people though that the wisest thing is the value of your behavior.
Yeah.
So the wisest thing I've ever done was live a life of kindness. That's the wisest thing, no matter how much philosophy or anything else. To realize the need for this as a way of life it's been life-changing for me.
Yeah.
To realize that it takes wisdom, because this selfishness has to be gone, including even when people do things that are mean, like that guy was talking shit. So did the other guy with the one you're going to read, more of. Mm-hmm. He's talking shit, he says more stuff after I just let But my point is, instead of getting mad, I'm right. Instead of getting mad, instead of getting mean, I try to explain it. And then when I realize they really are not choosing to, I'm not going to keep trying, even though I know that eventually reason can win out if I just keep forcing them to reason. But I'm not your counselor. I'm not getting paid for this.
Yeah, that's right.
I did 15 years of freaking direct activism, talking to every fool I could, it would come my way, but I'm not that anymore, because I have more goals in life I want to do, and I'm just tired. I don't want to fight people anymore.
Fair.
You want to learn from me? Cool. I'll tell you what I know, and if not, then I just don't care.
Yeah.
But it's about values. So anyways, so let's go to the next thing. So then I had said to him about bad philosophy, right, and about math, and so then he's like, aha, math is terrible too.
Yeah, his line here is, your faith in maths is misplaced. You're anti-capitalist. Try to remember where maths originated. If numbers don't lie, how does monetary fraud occur?
There he did tried to do a dig attack, but actually it's a kind of a red herring or straw man.
Right.
He says, you're an anti-capitalist. Here's the point to people. I am not an ideologue. Do you not get that? I'm not even an ideologue for anarchism. Do you not get that? How would you even think that somehow, because this is my truth, if something is true, it's true. If a Nazi invented it, it still might be true. I hate its source, but it doesn't stop its truth.
Yeah, that's right.
So, but that doesn't mean that
this is false
either.
This is false.
Yeah, right. So, I'm just like, but you get what I'm saying. But and I never had an ideologue position. So you say, well, I as an anti-capitalist and about money and all this, and I'm like, okay, there's so much bullshit packed in there that it's like, how do you respond without being angry? But go ahead.
I'm allowed to like that math works, even though I'm an anti-capitalist. Come on. Okay.
Right. You see how fucking ridiculous you call that? You think you're reasoned and you're offering that as an argument?
Yeah,
that's a logical fallacy, dude. And like I said, anyways, you're acting as if I am an ideologue, which I am not. I have never. I will change right now if someone could show me things that are better. I just have found things that really work and allow me to live a more ethical life and inspire others to do the same. I mean, so yeah, but. Anyways, but then so it's trying to put me down. It's a dignity attack. It's try to say, oh, I thought you did this, so you were wrong. It's trying to make you feel that your dignity is threatened, so you have to defend yourself. But I don't do that. In fact, I didn't even respond with words. I just gave links to what the history of math and the history of science was. Yeah, because I don't need to argue to fools.
Right. So we've got your response. The history of mathematics deals with the origin of discoveries in mathematics and the mathematical methods and notation of the past. From 3000 BCE, or around 5,000 years ago, the Mesopotamian states of Sumer, Akkad, and Assyria, followed closely by ancient Egypt and the Levantine state of Ebla, began using arithmetic, algebra, and geometry for purposes of taxation, commerce, trade, and also in the patterns in nature, the field of astronomy, and to record time and formulate calendars. The earliest mathematical texts available are from Mesopotamia and Egypt. Plimpton 322, which is
Babylonian text.
Babylonian text, circa 2000 to 1900 BCE.
Right, so like 4,000 years ago. So you don't have to keep reading, because I know there's a bunch more, but that's for just for the blog. If people want to read more about science, it just goes on and on, explain science. So we already get so first off, science comes philosophy, science, and mathematics, in a sense, come off of all these similar things. This origin of, in a sense, elite and power structures, which we've talked about many times in other videos. So, but that doesn't mean that the fact they figured out writing, we should not use writing anymore like an ideologue because it was invented for states. Because I'm an anti-state. Damien, you're an anti-statist. How in the fuck do you use language?
It makes me think of like gravity was discovered by the elites, therefore it's not real. Right. Sorry, that's not how it works.
You hear the real logical fallacy in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? You see what I'm saying? It's absolutely ridiculous. So then let's go down to the first picture. This
Okay.
goes to help you show that just because like that thing says that math happened like 5,000 years ago, Damien reminds you, well, what do you mean
Not
by
entirely.
what do you mean by math?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Because he tried to say it happened because of money. Motherfucker, it happened way before money.
Yeah.
So you're wrong. And I'm sorry for that motherfucker. I've said before, I'm going to try not to do that.
Ah, yes.
Because
Yeah.
I'm not, yeah.
Fair.
Anyways, because I'm not mad and I'm really not trying to be threatening. It's just, yeah. It's my own problem of speaking. But anyways, but looking at this thing, right? So it's 41,000 to 20,000. These are tally sticks. Tally sticks are believed to often relate to either women's or both. Women's, in a sense, menstrual cycles, possibly, and the moon, like cycles of the moon. And it could be other things too. But the whole point is the tally sticks, which we have found actual ones that do this, including one at 20,000 in Africa that they think is actually computing different numbers or whatever. It's doing something even more. But so beyond, the other one's like, it's just, you can see like there's just lines. And then the one at 20,000, do you see that? The 40,000 one is like, it looks like a rough bone. Then the one at 37 looks a little more like there's something, and they got even more like smaller and more like accurate.
Right.
28, 25, right? You see how it's changing?
Mm-hmm.
It's getting from crude to like more of a thing. But even crude, it was still doing something that seems like a continual sort of thing.
Yeah. I mean, in my brain, I'm like, they're counting things, right?
That's dude. I have a whole blog on it. We're not going to leave it on tally sticks. But if you click the link, you can go look on tally sticks. We're not even going to talk about it. I just talked about it enough. I'm just trying to show you that this concept that math was invented, because I know some people believe what's in the general public, and sometimes that's even come from scholars and whatever. And I know I have a different opinion. I think that capitalism started 7,000 years ago, with the warring clans and all kinds of stuff, and the ownership and forcing slaves and people to do work for you, and which eventually became feudalism or whatever, other kind of things. But they were still feudalism, part of capitalism.
Right.
And to me, I'm saying there's always these petty bourgeois, and they just become bigger, like what we consider capitalist now, in the sense these humongous bourgeois. But anyways. I want to go into that, but same thing with my opinion about like stuff is science and math. I see science is about 6,000 years old, probably somewhere around there. Okay, so some people would say like they say it's 5,000, like you're going to read later too, but I think it's actually a little older than that, because I have stuff that I'm pointing to. Look, how is this
seems
not
like science to me?
How did they figured out to mummify a person at 6,000 or whatever it is? How is that not science? They use fucking salts and figured it out. Anyways. So there's other stuff too that I try to show to explain. But my point is, so it's old. It's saying it's in my opinion, from like I said, maybe they would have said the same thing. Math is super young. Also, Wikipedia does say at least the 20,000 one they think is math. Those other ones they don't know, but they think that one. Well, I showed you. It looks more like math.
For sure. So,
I didn't get that too. I mean, it physically looks like so.
Yeah, again, it depends on what you're calling math, right?
Right. But right. And I'm not saying it has to be everything. That's also, I'm not all or nothing. And even in my thing where I say about reason, I say right reason. So not just any reason. Right reason can equal logic, and then right logic, right? So that when it's done correctly, it can equal math, and math done correctly can equal physics. So I'm not saying that all of it's good, like stupid. It's once again, it's a straw man to act like that's what I said. I fucking clearly said right, and I showed you what right means. Sound reason, sound logic, sound math equals these things. Anyways, so but anyway, so the next picture, real quick, I'll try to go through this. We're not going to read it all. There's a bunch of writing, but so this is about lunar calendars.
Okay.
Right? These are probably all lunar calendars or something relates to that. So the first one, in fact, NASA has a thing of this first one, 34,000, and you can't see it's pretty small, but it's like different little like crescents of the moon. And in fact, they were like tracking almost every like shape of the moon, sort of.
Right.
Anyways, it's 34,000. So it's about here's a thought too. Is that science? studying the natural world, is that not sort of science?
Yeah.
Anyways,
Sort of.
right? Trying to figure out the natural world for what it actually is doing.
They clearly were doing something, like you say, like
yeah.
Yeah.
So, like I said, even like I said, NASA the website says that thing they feel is the first calendar, the moon calendar. Anyways, so that has a bunch of religion stuff. We're not going to get into all that. And not going to read any of the writing for it because that's about shamanism stuff and talks more about lunar calendars. I don't want to talk about lunar calendars, but someone could read all that. It's interesting stuff, and even the Hebrew calendar. There's a bunch of stuff you don't know that if you read that, you're like, wow. But let's go on to the next picture.
Okay.
Next picture is showing at the top, it says tokens, and it says 6,000. So tokens were used as a form of either flat currency or a way of tallying different types of products.
Okay.
So they're using math.
Yeah, that sounds like math to me.
Yeah. It's commerce. They're for commerce. Okay. And that leads to, in a sense, the accumulation of wealth, which then we know leads to bad things.
Yeah, that's right.
So because it leads to priest kings, and it really we're similar in both Iraq and Egypt. You see, they have the same beards and hats and shit. So
right.
And then below that, it just kind of shows the languages, how they kind of all start in Iraq, sort of, and they split off to all these other ones. They relate to each other. They're not exact, but there is a lot of influence. Just like religions. It's not like it's all exact, but to say that it didn't have any influence on the other ones, are you high? Okay, let's go down to the next picture. I know I'm trying to go fast because I don't normally we focus more like on the history stuff, but I'm trying to get rid of that to get to like more philosophy stuff. But anyway, so this shows you the evolution origins of some science ideas, and I try to explain why and what they are and why I think that that's accurate.
Okay,
you know, Damien once again having to believe that there should be a justification. I give lots of justifications.
Yeah.
But let's go on because we don't care about Damien's history shit. Let's read my response and then about science, which is just out of Wikipedia. And then we'll go down and read some more stuff.
So science is a rigorous, systematic endeavor that builds and organizes knowledge in the form of testable explanations and predictions about the world. Modern science is typically divided into three major branches: natural sciences, i.e., physics, chemistry, and biology, which study the physical world; the social sciences, for example, economics, psychology, and sociology, which study individuals and societies; and the formal sciences, for example, logic, mathematics, and theoretical computer science, which study formal systems governed by axioms and rules. There's disagreement whether the formal sciences are science disciplines because they do not rely on empirical evidence. Applied sciences are disciplines that use scientific knowledge for practical purposes, such as in engineering and medicine. The history of scientific discipline spans the majority of the historical record, with the earliest written records of identifiable predecessors to modern science dating to the Bronze Age, Egypt, and Mesopotamia from around 3000 to 1200 BCE.
Okay, you can stop reading there. And basically, it means from 5,000 to 3,200 years ago, roughly. I mean, add whatever we are now, so 23 to that. But yeah, so then I wrote down here, we are emotional beings who only sometimes use reason. And that's, to me, to remind us, our brains never, ever stop emotionalizing.
Right.
There's a neuroscientist said that our brains, once it's awake, it's emoting.
Of course.
So that's also why I try to explain that to me, feelings, or what I mean by emotions, whatever, emotions happens first, not thinking. Emotions sponsor or motivate or inspire thinking. Then when thinking, like I said, becomes organized and standardized, it becomes more like reason. But anyways, it's just, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that that's pretty common knowledge within like people who study the brain, because you can measure like through various forms of fMRI and whatever that reactions happen before people are like actually just like doing
right. Well, that's a good point too, and I think you explained it the way that I would accept that knowledge. because how they try to say is we have no free will because of that. And I disagree completely. Not that I agree with free will as a concept. There's no motivators at all. That's total nonsense.
Right.
But to think that we can't see, to think that just because we have motivators that we have to do action, that's not accurate. And like I said, too, those tests don't test moral questions. They don't test familial things. Cory, do you love your child? Can they figure it out fast enough, or tell us why? Can they figure it out fast enough? The way they do, to me, because what it asks is, are you going to choose a black box or a red box or whatever, in a sense that takes nothing. There's no moral weight. So even if 100%, which they have told you before, that I think that I've argued about this, is that I read the thing and it's like 60 or 70% accuracy. Hello, then how are you making 100% claim?
Right. Yeah. You can't.
Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm not good at math. I agree. But reason is, that doesn't sound reasonable. Anyway. Yeah. So my point is, but even if it does, all you've proven, it was a simple fact. You didn't prove some thing of larger emotional responses and morality. And how about if Cory has to choose between feeding his child and some other starving child? Is it an easy choice? Can they figure it out quickly? How about this? Did they only try men? Because they do a lot of science and they only test, what people call males, right? And that and only act a certain way. And then I also go, yeah, but then how about the people like me that aren't really totally male? And my responses will not be the same.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm intersex and I fucking think different. I always fucking have.
Yeah.
That's why people are like, when did you realize? Doesn't even matter when I realized.
Yeah, that's right.
Always been this way. The realization was realizing, because what happened to me is I was told at 22, I think it was, I had gone in there because I was a truck driver and I'm violent. All my life I've been, it doesn't seem so now, but I've done a lot of violence. And I felt like, maybe I could work on that or something. Because this one friend of mine says he got his testosterone checked. It was too high. So when he was given some stuff to lower his testosterone, he felt less sexual and less aggressive. And I thought, fuck, maybe that's what I need. Because I feel like I'm really highly sexual and I feel really angry and aggressive. But mine is more sociopath. I now know it's more of a it's like PTSD. I had extreme child abuse and also lived around gangs and violence and was attacked many times. And I learned later, or my wife actually explained to me, she goes, well, they attacked you for your gender all the time. It pissed them off that you were the toughest guy in their fucking school and they didn't even consider you a guy. You didn't like to play football and you didn't, yet you were still beating all the football players. They're like fucking pissed. They're even taller than you and you fucking beat them. They're taller and heavier than you and you still are beating them. Yeah. So but when I went to the doctor, that's when I found out I was intersex. He goes, well, your testosterone is lower than most women back then. I had a lot less beard and stuff. I always had a problem growing a mustache and stuff. Anyways, he said that to me, right? And I said, what? What are you I didn't know about intersex or anything else. I was like, what are you talking about? So once he told me that, then I had to come to the realization that I was this thing. But he said, your parents shouldn't have told you this when you were born. They knew it. He goes, like it was my fault or something. But he's like, they should have, they knew this. And I said, you sure? And he goes, they have to sign a release. They knew. And that really made me angry too, because my parents all my life had kind of like been treating me different. And then I finally get to find out, oh, well, this is why. Which I always told you, the most fucked up thing. You did surgery to supposedly correct me so I'm normal, and then never fucking treated me normal. What the fuck was up with that?
Yeah.
You didn't even tell me why. I was wondering, what the fuck is wrong? Why? Why do you not treat me like the firstborn male? Isn't it even in the Bible? I was like, because didn't understand. Why? Why are you treating me this? I said this to them. It just, they don't tell me. So, but anyways, not getting into all that. But talking about like having to realize. So the realization doesn't mean that it didn't start like when I was born. And if you looked at when I was like, I think 9 or something, I wanted to wear makeup and shit. And they're telling me I can't. And I'm like, yeah, but Adam Ant does. I want to put makeup on like that.
For
You know,
sure.
you want to be a girl? I'm like, no, I want to look like that. And they're like, well, he's gay. And I'm like, well, I'm not.
But I still want to look like that.
Yeah, right. My point was, I would have worn makeup from that point on. If my own personal choice, if I could have just been myself, I would have done that. I'm not as probably feminine now as I would have been if I lived in a good society that had fostered my genderqueerness from the beginning. I would be very less male. You know, because I would have been able to be myself. I couldn't be my fucking self. I was constantly being attacked. Anyways, I'm gonna go to that. But it just goes back to you saying about changing your thinking. Sometimes it's not that you change and then you get a new thinking. It's that you realize something that's always been the case.
Yeah.
Which I know goes to the guilt or the shame or the ego that I didn't know. So it's not that I learned something new, that what I already thought I knew was wrong or whatever, you know. So that's like a harder thing to deal with.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I get that. But so I wanted to read the next picture you see in the blog. I'm trying to do this fast because there's a lot of stuff I want to get to, and the philosophy is complicated. But I want you to get like me too, because you understand how I get to my ideas and stuff, how I think different. You can hear it in how I think about most things. Let me just finish. So, is there a hero? Someone asked me this because they said, Damien, you're such a hero to me, like to them. I was a hero to them, that how I am inspired them. And they said, Damien, who's your hero? And I'll explain it. So, is there a hero who inspired me? No. There is no one person who has changed my life or gave me an inspiration to be more. For it is everyone around me. The ones who reach for the stars and those still lying on the floor. To me, the flight of the spirit is not a one-way trip, not a one-time journey, or a one-time slip. I gather who I am from ones who struggle to the ones who are strong, even the ones who think they are never wrong. I strive to learn like a child and adult alike. It's the goal of becoming someone I like. The suffering teach me that need to understand, to show compassion, and never forget how to cherish every happy moment till its end. The sure and empowered remind me to hope and search for and enjoy who I am, but to freely open to change and see happiness is not pretend. The ones who are arrogant and loud remind me of the need to stay humble and not be so wanting to be the only one to be understood. I forget how to understand others. Most of all, I try to learn from every child's wonder. Their feeling that even old things can seem new. I remember coming to this old world and everything was new when I was a child. I want to never forget that. May I be a piece of every good thing around me and give back freely, all of me, and enjoy life like a wonderment without end. May I become my own hero. What do you think of that?
I like that. Yeah, I like
that. And for me, that was one thing why I tried so hard also for people. It's because I felt like people didn't really help me. I was a bad kid. It was easy. Oh, he's bad. Why care? Let him go. He's trash. He hurts people. He's no good. He's going to end up in prison. I almost did. You know, or worse, dead. But I don't know, Cory, after talking to me, are you happy that I didn't die?
Yep, I'd say so.
So I try to look with that same eyes of kindness on others who are struggling, even ones that are mean and terrible and bad, because I remember being one of them. So I want you to read now The Realist, now that we've got everybody good and emotional.
Good stuff. All right. I am a realist in many ways. I have a positive epistemic attitude, belief, towards or in philosophical realism that there is a real external world, and that is what can be known or substantially approximated by humans objectively. I have a positive epistemic attitude towards or in scientific realism that the content of the best scientific theories, models, and aspects of the world described by the sciences can be known or substantially approximated by humans objectively. I have a positive epistemic attitude towards or in logical realism, such as that logic is the means of discovering the structure of facts and the projection in the languages, such as the law of non-contradiction or logical fallacies, which represent logical truths pertaining to aspects of the world and can be known or substantially approximated by humans objectively. I have a positive epistemic attitude towards or in mathematical realism, such as that 2 plus 2 equals 4, even if there are no intelligences or minds, because math is in a sense a method of communication or description of and or about aspects of the world, quantifying what can be known or substantially approximated by humans objectively. I have a positive epistemic attitude towards or in value realism, roughly speaking, axiological realism, is that value claims, such as nurturing a baby is good and abusing a baby is bad, can be literally true or false. That some claims are indeed true, that their truth can be known or substantially approximated by humans objectively. I have a positive epistemic attitude towards or in epistemological realism, roughly speaking, which is that what you know about an object exists independently of your mind. This relates directly to the correspondence theory of truth, which claims that the world exists independently and innately to our perceptions of it. Our sensory data then reflect or correspond to the innate world, and that such truths can be known or substantially approximated by humans objectively. I have a positive epistemic attitude towards or in moral realism, roughly speaking, which is that some moral claims do purport to report facts and are true if they get the facts right. Moreover, while not all, at least some moral claims actually are true or have a connection to additional commitments in which the truth can be reached, and those facts in some specified way can be known or substantially approximated by humans objectively. Truth is a value judgment we confirm with valid and reliable reason as well as evidence available or connected logically to them.
So what do you think about that so far also? Or you have some thoughts or?
Well, I think that all I think that all nails it actually.
Right.
Yeah, like I really like that. Particularly, which one was it? I have a positive epistemic attitude towards value realism, knowing that some moral claims are literally true and some are false.
This is why I try to explain to people how I see things. I'm a rationalist. This is all rational discourse.
Yeah.
This is not, and also, as you can see, it's not like I'm inspired by some philosopher. This is just my natural way. And I'm also trying to not make it complicated. I'm trying to make it usable. I think it is a great disservice that philosophy is only limited to the most complicated bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, its value can't be utilized by everyone, so then it's not valuable.
Exactly.
How can it be?
Exactly. Yeah.
Or its value is limited. Why should it be? So I say with axiology, why the fuck is all the books like $100 and something fucking dollars? What the fucking shit? And Canadian would be double that, $150.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Just to learn shit that helps you navigate life? Why the fuck don't they teach this shit for free? So guess what? That's why I do it.
Yeah. No, I like that. Yeah, I don't know. I find these, like, sometimes you find with philosophy, the way that it's explained, it kind of goes around it, right?
It's confusing, yeah.
Yeah. So I find that this is very straightforward. Maybe it's because I've read philosophy before, so I can't speak for somebody who's coming in completely blind,
right,
or completely like without knowledge. But I find this to be very straightforward language and very easy to understand.
Right.
So
thank you. Well, like I said, my goal is not to show how smart I am. My goal is to help people learn.
Right.
I want people to be empowered. That is what I want. Like I told you before, I have no desire to be anyone's leader. I want to empower you so you can lead yourself.
Yeah. Yep.
So then I want you to read. This is what he was, that other guy at the beginning with the axioms. He was responding to this next thing about reason is my master. And he was going to try to tell me I'm wrong. So he never did that. Go ahead and read it.
So here is why reason is my only master.
Yeah.
The most base presupposition begins in reason. Reason is needed for logic. Logic is realized by the aid of reason enriching its axioms. Logic is needed for axiology/value theory. Axiology is realized by the aid of logic. Axiology is needed for epistemology. Epistemology is realized by the aid of axiology, value judgment, and enrich its value assumptions is as valid or not. Epistemology.
Right. In other words, and some people can. If there's any questions, you can ask what things mean. Presuppositions, in case people don't understand, that's like when you say a human exists or whatever. Well, you already know that it has to be on the earth. It's not like in space,
right?
In a sense, so you
So it's a built-in assumption.
Yeah, you already assumed it. Yeah, right. So it's like when anyways. So it just help you just to see what I'm talking about. And then the other thing, like when it says enriching axioms, is basically what we explained at the beginning. That
right.
How you get axioms and how they become value is, laden, to become worthy to other people is because of reason. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and what I mean by axiology helps epistemology. So epistemology likes to ask questions like, how do you know that, in a sense?
Yeah.
But for it to be, in a sense, a thoughtful thing, it has to make thoughtful questions, correct?
Right.
Thoughtful questions only happen after you value judged what is thoughtful, right?
Right.
This is presupposes, in other words.
Yeah.
So all that we're explaining, all this stuff, just remember, this is all presupposed.
Right.
In a sense. So I'm just explaining how we get to that presupposition.
So then
I got the other one where I talked to that guy. I said with feelings or emotions, right? And then I said inspire thoughts. Thoughts become order, become reason. But anyway, so that's why the base reason is because before reason, ordered thoughts, there's not non-reason thoughts. So like I said, that's that. And I asked him, where are you going to get your validation? I mean, so because you have to be on something. Anyways, just try to explain what this is. And so epistemology, like you can keep reading now. Epistemology
is needed for a good ontology, or ontology is realized by the aid of epistemology, justified assumptions / realizations / conclusions.
Right. And ontology, people know, is like the thingness of a thing. But if I ask you about a chair, I've already assumed that we both agree on what a concept of a chair is.
Right.
Right? Because it can sit on a table, but does that make it a chair? I can sit on a rock. Does that make it a chair? My point is, I'm just trying to say that.
No, exactly.
Right, but Cory, it feels like it shouldn't be explained, but you see how I talk to people. It
that's true.
Must be explained.
Yeah, that's true. Right? So a rock is a rock, and a chair is a chair.
Yeah, right. They're right, but a chair is a concept in a sense. Like, does a chair have to have 4 legs? No, it doesn't. A chair can have 1 leg, as long as it holds you up. And long as it's so where you can easily go from a standing to a sitting position and back and forth. You obviously don't sit on the ground. It's not much of a chair.
Right.
Anyways, so, but yeah.
All right. So then when one possesses a good ontology, fortified with valid and reliable reason and evidence, they can then say they know the ontology of that thing. So I think right thinking is reason. Right or sound reason is logic. Right logic can be used for mathematics, and from there we can get to science, and by this methodological approach, we get one of the best ways of knowing the scientific method.
Well, I should have said best way is knowing, the scientific method. Probably. Nah. I'm not very good at English because I didn't do good in school. So my writing sometimes I know is hard to read how I think, because I think in stops. I don't even think in regular English.
Yeah, fair.
Because I didn't learn it, so I think in my own created. So I think stop, stop, and that's actually all my thought, but
Right.
I don't even think it's hard. I've been trying to write my stuff different, but I don't even think sometimes the way people think, like they want it to go blah 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 blah. I don't think that way.
Yeah.
So I have to that's why sometimes I write sentences. People are like, is English not your first language? I'm like, well, it is, but only language really. But yeah, I just suck at it. But that doesn't mean once again, just because I suck at English doesn't mean I suck at reasoning.
Well, but even then, I wouldn't even say that you suck at English, because often the point of language is to communicate, and
Right,
your
true.
communication comes across. So that's, to me, maybe you don't always follow the rules of grammar or whatever, but that doesn't mean your English sucks.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, I appreciate that, Cory. So then read the next thing.
All right. So
I'm a rationalist.
I am a rationalist, not a skeptic. I appeal to reason, not doubt, like most atheists. No skepticism attack tactics used on other atheists works on me, as I don't even value skepticism.
Right. So when they try to push me to doubt, or how do you know science is real? How do you know your own thoughts or your own thoughts? How do you know you're not in a brain of vat? See, none of that bothers me. None of it.
Yeah.
A brain of vat. Okay. Axiology. I assume that the world is either true or not true. And if it's true, there's real people. Real people can be hurt. So my actions wouldn't matter in a real said world. Thus, I should act as the world is real at any level, because I don't know that it's not.
Yeah.
And since I, as axiologists, do not want to be hurting people, I need to do my actions as if the world is real. So even if they said that I couldn't know, and then I also explain a lot of reasons why we can know, but even if that, I still, okay, then we start with axiology and solve that problem, that we should act with value.
I still have to act as if everybody's a human person who
right, and then you can harm their dignity. Exactly. But so my point is, that's not for me. That doesn't. I don't go to doubt. I just go, okay, solved. Okay, now let's move on. I'm just showing how I think.
Fair.
I don't even go to doubt. I just go, no. Like I said to that guy, no. That's a Damien answer right there. That's all I said about it. I don't think in the lines you do. You say something, I just go, no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Because I've already, as soon as you said it, I already know, that's wrong as fuck. Not you personally or something, but I'm just saying,
I hear you.
Says something, that I'm as rationalist. Go, seriously? What? Oh my, really? Yeah. What the fuck?
I don't talk about it a lot, but I mean, for probably 10 years, my main thing was learning about critical thinking. That's awesome. That's what I did. That's what, in my time in the skeptic and atheist community, that's what I learned about, how the brain works, how the errors we make, and the fucking, so often that's what I do. I see somebody make an error like that, and I go, okay, so there's many errors in this way of thinking.
Yes, many.
And you go, okay, but also, am I going to sit here and explain to somebody how many ways?
No, it's frustrating. That's why I don't want to do. I mean, when we get done some of the other stuff, maybe when we have better time, I'll get more into some other philosophy and some other stuff. I just wanted this to basically a defense of reality, philosophy to the rescue. What the fuck?
Yeah. When other people were studying history or actually reading the Bible or whatnot, or that, I was reading guys writing about fast and slow thinking and how the brain works and the errors that we make. And
right. Well, I don't know if you knew, but I used to. It's now you have to pay. Well, it's a paywall, but it used to be free when I first found it in 2006. And that was the International Critical Thinking, I think, Association or something.
Okay.
Or Institute or something. But they have, and I used to show skeptics, because they would go, oh yeah, you use rationalism. Well, I use critical thinking. I go, so you use rationalism, okay? No, I use critical thinking, and that's what skeptics use. And I said, here's a funny thing, on the Critical Thinking International website, it has I don't know, it was 5 pages or something about critical thinking. I mean, I've never seen something so fucking extensive.
Right.
As they give, which now you have to pay to read, which is fucking stupid. But
yeah,
and
not terribly helpful that way.
Yeah. But anyways, my point is, but in that whole thing, Not even one time does it mention skepticism, doubt. Never. Not one time. In that 5-page thing, it talks about a lot of good shit and puts down religion. It goes after politics. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It never talks about doubt. Never skepticism. It talks about reason.
Yeah.
It talks about evidence. Same shit that I talk about like all the fucking time.
Yeah.
So it just does it in a different way, and it talks also about a whole bunch of other stuff too, about why the mind is like you're talking about. The mind is this or that, and how you know, and how do you. And it was bad, but it's a very long explanation of what's critical thinking. But like I said, I used to tell the skeptics, well, it doesn't say anything about skepticism. You guys claim it, but it doesn't claim you.
Yeah.
And like I said, but I had more of a non-opinion at all about skeptics. It's just that people interacting with me would be like irritating and say these claims if they think they're true and they're fucking wrong. Like same with when we do the video on agnostics. There's like a whole list of things that commonly agnostics say, think, or whatever, and they're total bullshit.
Yeah.
But there's some that atheists do too. They think like when the atheists will say, "Oh, well, religion was started because of fear of lightning," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's literally not true." So,
yes, just a false thing. Whatever.
Yeah, that's fucking false. Yeah. Well, there's lightning gods. I'm like, hey, gods weren't even first. So you're already, once again, that's false.
Yeah.
Anyways, I don't want to go into all that. But so go to that next thing. And also, I'm not against not knowing. The next picture you see, it says, I don't know. Because people would try to act like I always know. I know a lot. When I know, I say no. When I don't, I generally say, I don't know. I don't try to brag if I don't have something valid. I don't.
This is something that I learned as a parent, is that often children have questions that I don't have an explanation for. And rather than making up a fake answer, I often have to say, I don't know.
But that's healthy. I told you. To me personally, that we should do that more. If people in power should do that more. Should say, I don't know.
For sure. Yeah, that's right.
Anyway, but also this is the other thing. It's not a cop-out. I don't know shouldn't be. I don't know. So I don't have to even think about it.
Right.
No, motherfucker, maybe you should go and look.
Yeah.
Figure out, is it something you should, like when Cory,
I don't know. Let's find out.
Right. When Cory says that my ideas a long time ago, like, I don't know, was it 15 years ago or 10 years ago or something?
It's a long time ago.
A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away called Facebook.
That's right.
Cory wrote that my ideas sounded like anarchism. And he says, is that what it is? And I said, I don't know. I'll have to go check out anarchism. I don't know. And I went and checked it out and went, fuck yeah.
Turns out that's pretty close.
I'm like, thank you for letting me know about anarchism.
Yeah.
So I also think that sometimes people think, well, I can't say it because people won't, appreciate it or won't or whatever. I say it all the fucking time. I say it every fucking Sunday at least.
Yeah.
I always say I'm an anarchist. Give a shit.
Yeah.
If that offends you, me being an anarchist, then you need to go now.
I had an interesting. We just had our work Christmas party the other night, and I had an interesting interaction with my boss who said that I'm an interesting guy, what with my blog and whatnot. And I'm like, so you know about my show then? So definitely get out there. But it's funny to think like that. I don't know what made me think of that actually.
Well, I think it's a good point though. I'm not saying that everyone else. That's why I never force anyone to say they're an anarchist and stuff, because I know some people say they are. They don't want to tell people because
like I'm open at work about who I am. I don't discuss politics at work if I can avoid it, but I'm open about who I am. I say I'm an anarchist. That's
right. All I was saying is I'm not one of the people that puts down people that don't say it.
Right.
So to me, anarchism is something you think and do. It doesn't have to be something you call yourself.
Yeah, that's right.
So, I mean.
And it's like atheism used to be too. Like there are certain situations where you will face negative consequences if you're open about who you are.
I almost didn't get a job.
Right.
I should say not a job, but a higher position. Not a job, but they wouldn't let me teach people because I was an atheist, because they didn't feel that I had moral quality. Yeah. You've heard me think. Do I sound like I have moral quality? Like, What the fuck? I went to one of the bosses. I was offended as fuck. What?
I bet. Yeah,
moral
sure.
quality, motherfucker.
I have a more developed moral framework than
Like, dude, I
like
have better morality than most people do. What are you fucking shitting yourself?
That's right.
You read my morality. You're even that good?
Yeah.
But anyways, so I don't know. It's important. We should never feel bad for not knowing, but we should feel bad for not wanting to know.
Yeah.
Such as how unanswered questions are way better than unquestioned answers. We should be thinking. Like I said, reason. I'm not for belief. I want reason. I champion reason. So yeah, and then I'll champion evidence. I'm not one of those rationalists that somehow believes that the evidence isn't important or doesn't. What the fuck? Yeah, that doesn't even make sense to me.
Yeah.
Because a rationalist should use all the tools available, not just one, just a hammer. The only tool in the toolbox, hammer. Like, what? Does that sound rational?
You got to get more tools.
No, you need more tools. So let's go ahead and read on extreme skepticism or solipsism.
Yes.
Go ahead and read that.
Extreme skepticism, solipsism. Solipsism, from the Latin solus, meaning alone, and ips, meaning self, is the philosophical idea that only one's own mind is sure to exist. To me, solipsism is trying to limit itself to rationalism only to, of, or by itself. Everyone, including a solipsist, must appeal to rationalism or use irrationality, as it is the mind to which all possible knowledge flows. Consider this. If you think you can reject rational thinking as the base of everything, what other standard can you champion that does not, at its core, return to the process of mind as we do classify people by intelligence? If you cannot use rationalism, what does this mean? Irrationalism? A solipsist is appealing to rationalism as we only have our mind or the minds of others to help navigate the world as accurately as possible. Thinking is occurring, and it is both accessible as well as guided by what feels like me. Thus, it is rational to assume I have a thinking mind, so I exist. That's Descartes.
Well, it's also my way of saying it, but yes.
Yeah. But some skeptics challenge reality or certainty, although are themselves appealing to reason or rationality that itself they seem to accept, almost a priori themselves to me.
Don't you get that? The fact that you start to challenge people and use rationalism, you're trying to make reasoned arguments, right? You're not just saying that solipsism is true and there's nothing I have to prove. No, they're trying to get you to think differently, thus reason you into a new thinking, and the new thinking they want to apply is solipsism. So I've just said that they're already appealing to reason, even though, like I said, this is what I told you before. No skeptic can bring a rational or reasoned argument or logical argument or scientific argument that's devoid of reason. It just cannot happen.
You can't. Yeah.
So, yeah. But a rationalist can make many arguments that do not appeal to skepticism or doubt.
Right. Yeah.
So that's why I told this. Dude, this one guy, I went to a convention, that Freedom from Religion Foundation convention. There's some, depending where you go, especially if you go to the one like in, I think it's Wisconsin or something. I can't remember now.
Okay.
I think that's where it's at. Wisconsin, the main one, or whatever. There are a lot of philosophers go there, like professional philosophers. So I go there. When I would go there, I'd go there and start, talking to them. This one guy got so mad, right? He went and found, because he lost. He tried to challenge me. He's a philosopher and teaches in class, and I have nothing. I said I've not even read a full book of philosophy. I never read a book on logic. I only read 5 books on axiology, but I only really read probably 3 of them, and then the other 2 I read quarter and a half, and one of them I threw out because when I read something and I realized like 5 pages in one period, I'm like, this is not an ordered person. Why would I listen to this person? Their thinking isn't even ordered.
Yeah.
Like, come on, what garbage. Not in a sense, some of the stuff they weren't saying, but like you said, it was rambling, all fucking like, no, lost value. It just became garbage. Too much. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, that's the point, was to be creative with words and see how long you can make a sentence. It's a fail.
Maybe.
I don't know. Maybe that impressed him that he could talk like that. Like, okay, but no. So my point is that all these ideas I'm doing on their own,
Mhm.
but I'm using, in a sense, reason. And I told you, I've had people attack me. So the one guy, he lost, right? And I was sitting at a table of like, I don't know, 10 people. And this guy comes up and stands and tells me, and he with the buddy, he went and got his buddy, goes, well, this guy teaches philosophy 30 years or whatever, and he's skepticism and stuff, you know. And I said, well, I'm eating,
Okay.
you know, like, what
Yeah.
the fuck, dude? It's
Yeah.
not like debate and shit. He brought a chair, sat down, like, but right out behind us, rude as fuck. And I'm like, what the fuck? And so I fine. I turned to him and I said, let's make it simple. You are appealing to reason at all times, or you are not. It's A or not A.
Yeah.
I said, I have no time to discuss this with you, so you realize it's A or not. Either you're doing it or you're not. And I said, and skepticism has to appeal to reason, and I don't have to appeal to skepticism as a rationalist. Not that I sometimes don't, but I don't have to. Yeah. You have to appeal to reason. But I said that's not a bad thing. Once again, it's not a bad thing. If you're a wise skeptic, you should do that. I mean, once again, I'm a rationalist. I also appeal to, I don't know, empiricism, and thus something outside of rationalism, because it's fucking reasonable. Whoa, we got
there. Yeah. Because your ego shouldn't be wrapped up in the label of skepticism. Right. This is exactly part of why I left the skeptical movement, because it was an identifier. It was I'm a skeptic, and that makes me immune to criticism, and I am superior to others.
Oh yes.
But that's not how skepticism is supposed to. Skepticism, like you said, is you start with doubt, and then you apply a variety of critical thinking and rational tools to come to the true statements.
Right. Like I told you, I feel that you and me get to a lot of similar stuff, just we don't do it the same way.
Exactly.
But if something is accurate, once again, if you test with different methods and it's the actual accurate thing, then that would happen.
Yep.
So like I told you, I don't even have a problem. I never had a problem with skeptics. I don't understand why there's a problem with me, or think that somehow my way isn't good. Like, if you read my shit, you really think after reading my shit that I don't have a good way? Like, seriously?
When I started noticing like that very similar, that same behavior where skepticism became their identity that they had to defend against all.
Yeah, he had to go and defend himself. He was mad. He went and got his buddy, and then I kicked his buddy's ass too. And then they both were mad. Then he was mad that guy had brought him over just to get his ass kicked.
Yeah.
And I was like, "How do you think I feel? I'm trying to eat my fucking meal." You guys are pissed. Fuck, I'm pissed. What the fuck? Like I said, that's why I said, why do I have to do this? It's like my wife gets irritated. Not that I'm able to think or explain it, but that I keep being challenged this dumb shit, like about reality doesn't exist. Like, oh fuck. Or that
like,
we don't use reason. Like, what? Like, seriously? Why are you guys dying on that hill? Like that, dude, seriously. But anyways,
with all the shit that we have to deal with in the world, you're gonna get stuck on reality isn't real. Come on.
Right. So let's go ahead and go back to skeptics. So they say, but some skeptics challenge good.
Oh yes, but some skeptics challenge reality or certainty, although are themselves appealing to reason or rationality that itself they seem to accept almost a priori themselves. Brain in a vat or jar, evil demon in your mind, matrix world as your mind, and hologram world as your reality are some arguments in denial or challenge of reality or certainty. The use of brain in the vat type thought experiment scenarios are common as an argument for philosophical skepticism and solipsism.
Pause 1 second. Why did you laugh? I mean, I'm not saying
because all of these, brain in the vat, evil demon in your mind, matrix world, and hologram, this is all garbage.
Oh, I agree. Yes, thank you. See how you're a lot more rationalist than you thought, man.
These guys, this is like Elon Musk is convinced that the world is a matrix, and so we must behave in a certain way, or based on that. And I'm just like, no, I don't care if the world is a matrix. I have what's in front of me to deal with. I have people around me to deal with, and I must treat them as real, not as holograms, not as matrix constructs or any fucking
Right. And to
imagination.
me, that you do it the same way I do it. You just didn't know you were doing axiology.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah, I didn't have a name for it, but
Yeah,
yeah.
you were doing a value judgment of the values involved or the possible harms or benefit involved, and thus make the logical conclusion. That's why they say it can't be objective, really. The logical conclusion that I don't know we should care as opposed to not care.
Yeah.
So but
Yeah.
so just keep reading.
Yeah. The use of brain in a vat type thought experiment scenarios are common as an argument for philosophical skepticism and solipsism against rationalism and empiricism or any belief in the external world's existence. Such thought experiments do have a value with the positive intent to draw out certain features or remove unreasoned certainty in our ideals of knowledge, reality, truth, mind, and meaning. However, these are only valuable as though challenges to remember the need to employ disciplined rationality and the ethics of belief, not to take these thought experiments as actual reality. Brain
I'm just a rationalist trying to help people out. Look, you shouldn't actually take this as actual reality.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Like brain in a vat, jar, evil demon, matrix world, and hologram world are logical fallacies if assumed as reality representations. Yes.
See?
100%.
See, Cory always is wondering, do I really agree with Damien's thinking?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, I think you've already figured that out because from the first day you didn't know and you thought I was going to say something sexist or some other transphobe or some other bullshit, but I didn't.
You never know when you first actually start interacting with people, but no, it's pretty amazing how similarly we do think, actually.
Right? The more you learn about what I think, the more you go like, damn, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I told you, Cory, we can tell because a lot of the things we come to similar conclusions. So unless we're just both irrational, lucky, like epistemic,
right? We just happen to, yeah.
Right. It would be more that epistemic accuracy that both of us are, because I'm definitely trying to do it ethical, and you're reaching the same conclusions. Guess what you are, Cory?
Trying to be ethical. So
trying to be ethical, right? And so it goes back to you even to fit Damien's main principle. What is Cory really trying to do? To be a good person.
Yeah, that's right.
Right? When you doesn't that feel good though too? That's like I said. How does people not feel proud to be an anarchist? Like maybe don't talk about it. I'm fucking proud to be an anarchist. Who the fuck is proud to say they don't care? I'm proud to say I do care.
Yeah, that's right. It makes me think because people, like, one of the main things that people like to argue against being called racist or whatever, they like to like they'll say use dishonest arguments saying I'm not a racist, I didn't say the racist thing, I didn't mean that racist in a racist way, and it's because they know that doing and being a racist is something not to be proud of. It's a bad thing.
Has to be that racism is bad.
That's right. So like you say, like, I'm not afraid to say I'm an anarchist. I'm not, I am, like you say, I am proud of it. I don't have to be dishonest about it. I don't have to defend, the ideas of anarchism.
Which though are easily defendable to me.
Though I can.
Like, I don't know, be a good person. Since when do I need to defend that? But okay.
Yeah. But it's because, like the entire ethical framework is to be as good a person as we can, and it's worthy of being proud of.
It's worthy. See, that's another axiological word, worth. The science of goodness, the worth, all that stuff.
Yeah,
that's what I'm going to read. Axiology meme that I made, but you don't see it, but I'll put it on the video.
Okay.
I'm an axiologist, a value theorist. That's what I am as a philosopher. There's also a formal science of axiology called formal axiology, which it's got calculus and stuff. I'm not good at math, so I don't use that. I have my own way of doing it, but I use it more as a value theorist philosopher, just so people know I'm not claiming that I do the science. I do the value theories and philosophies. But anyways, value theorists, axiology is also the science of goodness, worthiness, usefulness, valuableness, virtue, reliableness, accuracy, validity, morality, integrity, beneficialness, and of course all of its opposites too: evilness, badness, unworthiness, unusefulness, unvaluableness, lack of virtue, lack of reliability, lack of accuracy, lack of validity. It's not that axiology cares about that. It wants to identify when there is a lack of validity, a lack of accuracy, lack of truth, lack of morality. You understand? So it does both things. It's not a one-sided. It actually does both. It cares about all the positive aspects and all the negative aspects. It has to know to assess value accurately.
Yeah.
You got to know that it's bad to torture children, or you fucking should.
Yeah, that's right. That's an objective fact.
Right. What I was trying to say is how you get there. I'm just trying to explain all this like presupposition stuff that we do in a sense. Like my wife does axiology. In fact, the way I do my hammer of truth, which is ontology, epistemology, axiology used in sequence, is actually because of her. And she doesn't even know philosophy.
Right.
So, but also because I'm gifted and I can look at what she's doing and how she asks really good questions. And I was always terrible at questions. Because I go, well, what do you ask? But see, when you have a kind of question to ask, which I wanted you to practice with me real quick, actually, because it's good to help people.
Sure.
I want you to do ontology, only ontology. You cannot do epistemology. You cannot do rationalism. You can't do skepticism. You can do nothing, only ontology. Here's what I will allow you to do. You only get to do one statement. The statement is, what do you mean by that? That's ontology. Okay. Now I'm gonna be a religious person, and every time I bring up a new thing, I want you to say, "How do you know that?" No. What do you mean?
What do you mean by that? Okay.
That's the ontology. The thingness of a thing, like a chair. What do you mean by chair?
Right.
God. What do you mean by God?
What does that mean?
What do you mean by spirit?
Yeah.
Divine. What do you mean by divine? Supernatural. What do you mean by supernatural? Right? You get it?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's ontology. And that's how you also, I consider it the philosophic meat grinder, because nobody is generally very good, even if they know a thing. Like if you ask me axiology, I would have to think, and I may not even come up with the same definition I would do every time. Still probably pretty good because I always think a lot. But people that don't think a lot, you ask them even to explain love. Like say you, if I said right now, Cory, I want you to explain both anarchism and communism, especially how they relate together, not individually, to you, not to everyone else in the world, but just to Cory. Explain those two concepts. You'll realize that's the ontology. It's a lot harder than you fucking think.
Yeah.
Okay. So because
we have a long time.
So that's why ontology is really important. So I'm going to do it now. So okay. Well, Cory, I believe in God.
What is God?
Right. What do you mean by God?
What do you mean by God? Sure.
Right. What do you mean by God? Well, I mean a spirit. The Holy Spirit.
What do you mean by spirit?
See, exactly. And then I say, well, I mean by spirit is supernatural. Like all the essence, the energy that's flowing through the world.
What do you mean by supernatural?
See, but do you see how in a sense it's very simple, but it's very powerful.
Right.
And you can take it up against any philosophy person and do a good job if you focus on what that thing is. The problem is I say, Cory, you're a simpleton. Don't you know that God is real? You don't address anything. You say, what do you mean by God?
Yeah.
And then they say, well, everyone knows. Only a stupid anarchist that doesn't understand, the real religion wouldn't know Christianity is truths and facts. Just, it's your biases.
But you still haven't explained to me what you mean by God.
You see what I'm saying? What I do is I don't focus on ontology. Okay. Then present the ontology correctly. And they go, well, it's a spirit. A spirit's a thing. Okay. Then let's just say that they give me an answer.
Sure.
Okay. And I let it happen. So I accept the ontology, which
hasn't happened yet.
I got kicked out of a philosophy group because I demanded a good ontology. Goes, oh, this is a new fallacy of some kind where you don't make any logical fallacies. You ask questions that can't be answered. And I go, oh, it can't be answered? So let me restate and hear you. So what is a God can't be answered, and it's an unfair question.
Yeah.
Really? And you call yourself reasonable? Well, he booted me right out of the fucking philosophy group.
Of course.
Oh yeah, because it's a fallacy to ask for details. Okay. Could you clarify that?
How do I know what I'm supposed to be accepting if you can't explain it to me?
So you always demand a good ontology. This is the first thing to me to reason and rationality of my style. Yeah. We always ask, which is a justification too, but you're asking for justification of the term.
Mm-hmm.
Then we ask for justification of the knowledge, epistemology. Then we ask for justification of the value of what has been offered.
Yeah.
Racist says that whites are perfect because they just feel that's the case. That's not valid.
Yeah, sorry.
You get what I'm saying? So we value judge at the end what has been offered, able to produce what has been claimed, in a sense, support the claim. So this is really important. So the epistemology comes next. Now I want you to ask, how do I know that? And that's all I want you to ask. Because you just slow down and see how I do. I just slow down. I don't even have to think about things or anything. I just, what do you mean by that? And then when they finally give something, if I allow them to do it, or
how do you know that?
Then I say epistemology next, and I stay with that. See, that's the thing I'm trying to get you: precision. You don't leave. You like a fucking meat grinder.
Yeah.
You just force them right into there. There's no escape. How do you know that? Well, the God, I know God because of children's smiles. Okay, if I take that logic, would that also mean that it's the devil every time a child frowns? But anyways, I'm just showing you reason. I also call that buying what they're selling. I buy their argument and explain why it's unreasonable.
Right.
Which is, to me, a dialectical rhetoric, which is a ability, dialectical meaning truth-seeking, and rhetoric meaning to motivate. I motivate truth-seeking thinking by presenting the argument so they can see it backwards and see that they're wrong. They don't believe me. They understand. That's why I told you all the time with the archaeology facts, right, and history. I don't want you to believe me this would happen. I want you to understand. Which, don't you feel like after being with me and learning all this different stuff, don't you feel like you have way better understanding?
Oh, yeah. No. Of course. It's been a lot of information over the last 2 years now, or whatever it's been.
Right, a lot. Like nonstop. Cory goes, it's nonstop. With Damien, you think at some point it's going to slow down? No, it's a fire hose the whole time.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think I have a better grasp on ancient history than I ever did before in my life.
Or even wanted to, right?
I didn't even realize I needed this background.
But it does help. It starts to understand some grounds of the world that other people hadn't looked into to me.
Yeah.
Or hadn't clarified as goes back further than they think.
Yeah.
Which is important to understand because it's the fucking truth. So it is important to grasp this. But so the other thing that you're going to read now is in a sense where I explain each of the points of why it cannot be that.
Okay.
So I do an epistemic positive attack on the concept of the validity of any arguments of the solipsism. Okay. So not because I have to, because I already feel like it's already debunked just by the fact of what we were talked about. But right. I want to show that because I'm a rationalist, I do like to fucking go further. Just because I can.
Fair.
Go ahead.
So first is the problem that they make is a challenge or an alternative hypothesis, thus requiring their own burden of proof if they are to be seen as real.
Right? You can't say it's a matrix world that's the claim and then
without showing me that.
Start with. You've already started with the presupposition that your shit is real and I have to somehow debunk it. I'm sorry, do you not know about the burden of proof? Yeah. But anyway, so I'm trying to show like all the reasons why it's horseshit to me, or why I think it's not as valid as people try to think it is. But I think sometimes also, like I said, I think it's like a thought experiment. It wasn't ever supposed to be real. It's supposed to get you to think critically.
Yeah,
Not
that's right. The
somehow
original brain in a
that's the
vat, like
reality.
pre-Matrix, holograph theory, the brain in the vat thing was always just a gag to
Right.
make you think.
Right. And there's nothing wrong with someone, being made to think. That's a
Yep.
positive thing.
Yep.
That's like I said, what I feel is the most important thing is to grasp that these are good things. Like I said, axiologically, that these are valuable. Having just like to me, having the anarchist thinking, you have probably make better choices because I know you kind of. I do mine by axiology, which ends up in anarchism. You do yours by anarchism, and it ends up doing axiology.
Yeah.
But anyways, my point is, in a sense, but it's still both of these are morally driven systems, even though that you would have thought that maybe as poignantly as until I explained it, because that's how I see it. It once you do see it, I think it's kind of hard to not go, well, yeah, that's just true. I mean, you just didn't think about it.
Yeah.
It was always true. So, but anyway, so go ahead and keep reading.
Second is the problem that they make in the act of presupposition, in that they presuppose the reality of a real world with factual, tangible things like brains, and that such real things as human brains have actual cognition, and that there are real world things like vats or jars or computers invented by human beings with human real world intelligence and will to create them and use them for intellectually meaningful purposes.
See, pause for a second. Doesn't that also explain why it's really nonsense?
Yeah.
The whole thing of brain to vat already presupposes a reality world, presupposes humans in that reality world, brains that can cognitive, brains that can function, humans that create jars. I mean, it literally fucking assumes everything, and then it goes, oh, but it's not real. Like, what?
But actually, yeah.
Right? Do you see the error right there? How can you do that?
Yeah. Yeah. The brain in the vat can't exist if there isn't a real world for the brain in the vat to exist in.
See?
So
they
go fuck yourself.
But do you get what I'm? Yeah, but like, do you like how I try to explain it on why it's wrong?
Yeah, that's right.
Keep going. There's more.
Third is the problem of valid and reliable slandered as doubt is an intellectual professes needing to offer a valid and reliable slander to who, what, why, and how they are proposing philosophical skepticism, solipsism, and the denial of reality or certainty. Though one cannot, on one say, I doubt everything and not doubt even that. One cannot say nothing can be known for certain, as they violate this very thought, as they are certain there is no certainty. The ability to think.
But people have done that.
Yeah.
Like, oh, Damien, you need to get the facts. Oh, so that sounds like a level of certainty, is it not?
Yeah, exactly.
So that once again, that they don't get the internal inconsistency, the logical fallacies they fall under, or just logical inconsistencies in general in reasoning. Just like, because what they have to understand, to me, we start in stuff in pragmatics. That's like axioms, but axioms, like I said, comes after reasoning. So, what the fuck? But anyway, but pragmatics, we would, like me, I decide to do the world more, my thinking about it more methodologically. I force it into standards and categories and stuff of thinking. It ends up with more accuracy because I'm paying more attention and looking at the finer details. So, but it's important that you build up to that. And then also to know that I believe in fallibilism, which means that I can still fucking fail. Like I said, and that's why it's good to say you fail. That's why I also like science does the same thing, does it not?
Yeah.
Does it feel shame when it fails? No, it openly says, hey, we denounced our last study. Here's a new study. And we know more, we're better, or whatever the heck, but that's actually why you should trust science. That's why I said, too, I think that I should be trusted more than people, some people, because I constantly self-fucking edit, and I don't require anyone to do it.
Yeah.
In other words, I challenge myself often as hard as other people I would challenge that have been against me. Yeah. So, like this one person says, how can you trust that you're right? I said, because I challenge myself as hard as I would challenge you.
Yeah.
I hold myself to the standards. I don't wait for someone to go, hey, Damien, that was wrong. I think about it and I go, that was wrong. And I've done it before. Told you in front of you, that I've, even like our last video was about the Vikings. I don't know shit about Vikings. I mean, a little tiny bit, but not enough to even say that I really, feel comfortable explaining anything. that much
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
other things in history where I've actually studied, I tell you, oh, I know a lot. Sometimes I feel I know more than most people. But then there's
Yeah.
other things that I admit I don't know anything or whatever. So that's what I was saying. But I trust people more that do that. Someone who acts like they're never wrong, that's a mind who's already wrong.
Yep. Exactly.
Keep reading.
Yeah. So what else? Yeah. The ability to think of reasonable doubt or methodological skepticism counteracts the thinking of unreasonable doubt, philosophical skepticism's external world doubt, and solipsism.
Right. So we pause for a second right
Yeah.
there. See,
Yeah.
I agree with methodological skepticism. I do not agree with philosophical skepticism. So that also is a thing, because a lot of people say they're skeptics, they don't know the difference in those two.
Yeah, like I used to often, because I described myself as a skeptic for a long time,
Right.
but people use the word skeptic to describe the skepticism to describe what Descartes was doing.
Right.
And
Right.
I would often,
Is that like a melodic doubt or something like that?
right. And I got to the point where, like, I read enough Descartes where he was a devout religious person. And you go, okay, but he's not applying the methodological skepticism that he's not applying skepticism in the way that I apply it to his claims about God.
Right.
He's just starting from a basic skeptical premise.
Right.
Which is fine, but then he abandons it as he moves on. So,
yeah, well, that's but people don't get that. This rationalism, even like when I say rationalist, right? Does that mean that every single word out of my mouth is perfectly rational? Fuck no. What the fuck?
that would be pretty hard to maintain.
So, right? Because once again, you got to remember what is the basis of the real humans? As we're emotional beings, and we only sometimes use reason. That's why I said that. Because once we understand who we're dealing with, then saying stuff like I have biases, I already know that we're emotional beings. We don't fucking reason. I know that.
Yeah.
But that's not a end thing. That's a guardrail, so we don't fall off the fucking edge and have totally unreasoned assumptions as somehow we think they're true.
Exactly.
So,
I like the metaphor of the guardrail. Like that's exactly, recognition of your biases is supposed to be where you go, okay, careful. I'm being careful now.
Right.
Like,
right. Well, and for me, like I said, I have to do that anyways because I'm a sociopath. From extreme abuse, caring is not natural. Caring about other people is really not natural. It's not that I hate other people. It's just I'm so self-focused. I don't even think about the other world. Ever like watch TV and then you come out and realize where you're at or something, you know?
Yeah.
Even someone could have talked. You're like, what? What?
Yeah. You just get so in the zone, right?
Yeah. Right. So that's how it is for me. It's not like I always desire to hurt people or something. It's that often I just am self-centered, self-focused, self-important.
Yeah.
You know, and I have an ego and shit. So I mean, it's a fucking problem. But that's also why I constantly fucking try to attack ego, because I know it's a problem and I know I have that problem and I say, fuck that shit, which I told you before. That's reason. Reason is the ability to not just say, I have no limitations and I'm fucking perfect. It's the ability to say, aha, I have some limitations. Let's see if we can do it in a different way. Just like I said, sociopaths are super good at manipulating others. And I said, how can I make that positive?
Right. Yeah.
How can I use my natural skill in a positive way, hijacking my mental, defect?
Yeah.
In a sense. So but it's reason to realize that we can do that. And also I realized, what better champion of kindness than someone who looks like they are not kind generally, right? Because everyone's always, oh, well, you're weak. Well, of course you're kind. I'm like, I'm not weak. And I've been anything but a kind throughout my entire life, especially my past. So it's a big difference. So, but when I say I grasp how important it is, I don't have to. I'm 6 foot, and my size and stuff. I scare people. I've had, people get scared and would just see me walk around. I just have a presence where I always get tense or whatever. So eye of the tiger, or whatever you want to call it. I just look like I would beat the fuck out of someone or I'm mad all the time and shit. My wife says also because I don't talk a lot. It's also because I'm a sociopath. I don't feel a need to. Like, just because you come and do something, I don't feel any like need inside to respond to you. Who gives a fuck? In fact, I used to have, when I was a truck driver, people would walk up to me and I wouldn't even let them talk. I would just go, no, like I tell a dog, you know, or something.
Right.
But that's just my. So it's really hard for me to be someone different, but it's valuable.
Yeah.
And that's why we do it, because a reasonable person goes, I do what is valuable, not what is not valuable. I mean, everyone has an inclination to be selfish and hurt people or whatever. It's not that, but is the acting on it something we should champion or something we should try to work through, like not do, you know? So that same thing with philosophy, come into these reasonable arguments. So anyway, so philosophic skepticism is more about attacking the concept of truth and all that. Methodological skepticism is more approach of, in a sense, questioning what is being offered. It's like more like science, because see, you're saying that all knowledge claims have to be, in a sense, open to scrutiny, with the goal of not coming to doubt, but to sorting out what is true claims from what is false claims.
Yeah.
It's often
what's
called
justifiable and what isn't. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just saying it really so people understand that it's different in the fact that one is, in a sense, challenging, like this thing, reality, that person challenge. How do you know reality? Or how do you trust math? This is all like just bullshit to me.
It's really amazing to me that somebody would come out and be like just all in your face about like, well, we know objective reality is false. We've known this for fucking forever. Wait, what? What are you talking about?
Right, but you get what I'm saying. It is hardcore. That's why I said I know people sometimes think that I just want to make these issues like they're important when they're not. It doesn't seem like it would have to take a long video to explain this shit, but it just today. Yesterday was the one about the saying that reality is not real, and the person today is saying we don't start our thinking in fucking reason. Like, when we come to axioms, I'm like, how do we get the axioms? What, unreasoned, emotional? Then why do we trust them if they're not? Since anyway, we're concerning as valid.
I would almost, I mean, we kind of already said it, right? Like,
it
can't become an axiom without reason.
Right. All I'm trying to show is there's a process. Like, reason is a process. Like, that's what I tried to show. Methodologically, it builds on top of each other. Yeah. Right. So that's how we do that. That's what I was trying to explain. So you think it's not like one thing or the other thing. It's a building of evidence in a sense. Yeah. An understanding. So go to the fourth one.
Okay. Fourth is the problem that the external world doubt and solipsism creates issues of reproducibility, details, and extravagancy. Reproducibility such as seen in experiments, observation, and real-world evidence, scientific knowledge, scientific laws, and scientific theories. Details such as the extent of information to be contained in one mind, such as trillions of facts and definable data and or evidence. And extravagancy such as seen in the unreasonable amount of details in general, and how that also brings the added strain to reproducibility and memorability. Extravagancy in the unreasonable amount of details also interacts with axiological and ethical reasoning, such as why, if there is no real world, would you create rape, torture, or suffering of almost unlimited variations? Why not just rape, but child rape, not just torture, but that of innocent children? Who would add the thousands of ways it can and does happen in the external world? Extravagancy is unreasonable. Why a massive number of cancers and infectious things, millions of ways to be harmed, suffer, and die, etc. Yeah, there is a massive amount.
But see, what I'm trying to do is by rationalism and dialectical rationalism and dialectical rhetoric, in the sense, what that means is I'm motivating you. I'm not just offering facts. I'm offering a way that like churns up your old ideas. Yeah.
Yeah. Because why? Why?
Right? Because they say it's real. I'm like, it doesn't sound real. Just when I think about it, it doesn't sound real.
Yeah.
What the fuck? You keep going.
Yeah.
There's a massive
amount of extravagancy if infectious agents if the external world was make-believe because of infectious agents, they come in unbelievable variety of shapes and sizes and types like bacteria, viruses, fungi, protozoa, and parasites. Therefore,
Right.
the
Why would you
various
add that? Just think of that. That's what I'm trying to say is
yeah
if you were going to invent the matrix world, would you really invent all this stuff? Why? Wouldn't you just
yeah
invent death like regular? Why would you? It would be simple, just like going back to the Bible. When the Bible explains it's like a little globe world where everything's sort of hanging on the top firmament, which is some
right
bullshit water that hangs in the side that doesn't exist.
yeah yeah yeah. Therefore, the various types of pleasure and pain both seem an unreasonable extravagancy in a fake external world. Therefore, the most reasonable conclusion is the external world is a justified true belief.
Wow, Cory,
Yeah.
do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's
Right?
more than fair.
More than
Yeah.
fair. We're not done because I told you can't leave this dead horse. Keep
Yeah.
reading. We're gonna try to. Yeah, I know. Of course, I know we're gonna have people out there that will still, after all that, still not get it. But you know what? At least I can say I tried.
Yeah, that's right. Fifth is the problem that axiological or ethical thinking would say we only have what we understand, and must curtail behavior ethically to such understanding. Think of ability to give consent. Having that reasoning ability brings with it the requirement of being responsible for our behaviors. If one believes the external world is not real, they remove any value, axiology, in people, places, or things. And if the external world is not real, there is no behavior to or things to interact with. So ethics. So nothing can be helped or harmed by actions, as there is no actions or ones acting on them or having them acted for or against. In addition, we do not know if we are actually existing or behaving in the real world.
We
We
also are not
also
certain.
are not certain. I lost my place.
That's fine.
We are also not certain. We are not either. Demanding that we must act as if it's real, pragmatically, due to ethical and axiological concerns, which could be true. Because if we do act ethically and the reality of the external world is untrue, we have done nothing. But if we act unethical, as if the reality of the external world is untrue and it is in fact real, we have done something to violate ethics. Then the only right way to navigate the ethics of belief in such matters would say one should behave as though the external world is real. In addition, axiological or ethical thinking and the cost-benefit analysis of belief in the existence of the external world support and highly favors belief in the external world's existence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cory's like, that was terrible.
I feel like people should know this intuitively. I really do.
But isn't it nice that I explained it?
Yes. I appreciate that. It's frustrating that people need it explained, is I guess my problem.
Oh, like I said, how do you think I feel? I get all this, and I'm like, oh my freak, we can't know. I'm like, literally, that's not true, and you believe that with certainty.
Yeah.
Holy shit! What kind of you call yourself
amazing?
Skeptic? That doesn't even work for me as a rationalist.
So amazing.
Anyway, so let's read about solipsism real quick because I know people might go thinking, "What the hell is they even talking about that word?"
Okay, solipsism, from Latin solus, meaning alone, and ips, meaning self, is the philosophical idea that only one's mind is sure to exist. To me, solipsism is trying to limit itself to rationalism only to, of, or by itself. Everyone, including a solipsist, as the mind to which all possible knowledge flows, consider this. If you think you can reject rational thinking as the base of everything, what other standard can you champion that does not at its core return to the process of mind as we do classify people by intelligence? If you cannot use rationalism, what does this mean? Irrationalism? A solipsist is appealing to rationalism as we only have our mind or the minds of others to help navigate the world as accurately as possible. According to Peter Klein at the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, philosophical skeptic challenges our ordinary assumption that there is evidence available that can help us discriminate between the real world and some counterfeit world that appears in all ways to be identical to the real world. Ordinary incredulity arises within the context of other propositions of a similar sort taken to be known, and in the principle, the doubt can be removed by discovering the truth of some further proposition of the relevant type. On the other hand, philosophical skepticism about a proposition of a certain type derives from considerations that are such that they cannot be removed by appealing to additional propositions of that type, or so the skeptic claims. These movies illustrate one other fundamental feature of the philosophical arguments for skepticism, namely that the debate between the skeptics and their opponents takes place within the evidentialist account of knowledge, and which holds that knowledge is at least true, sufficiently justified belief. The debate is over whether the grounds are such that they can make a belief sufficiently justified, so that a responsible epistemic agent is entitled to assent to the proposition. The basic issue at stake is whether the justification condition of knowledge can be fulfilled. A corollary of this is that strictly reliabilist or externalist responses to philosophical skepticism constitute a change of subject. A belief could be reliably produced, i.e., its causal pedigree could be such that anything having the causal etiology is sufficiently likely to be true, but the reasons available for it could fail to satisfy the standards agreed upon by both the skeptics and their opponents.
Right, and then the next thing, this is an actual quote from Lawrence Krauss, who does quantum physics, for the people that constantly fucking berate me with nonsense bullshit about quantum physics. So let's hear what the quantum physics person says.
For the record, quantum mechanics does not deny the existence of objective reality, nor does it imply...
That already trippy, right? Is that not the... So this dumb shit that tells me 100 years ago, because we understand, quantum physics, that reality is not real, that's just nonsense.
It's just nonsense.
That's what a scientist said.
Yeah. Nor does it imply that mere thoughts can change external events. Effects still require causes, so if you want to change the universe, you need to act on it. Yeah.
I know, a lot of this, like you would say, and that's why my wife gets irritated. She's like, I feel like you're just explaining like common sense. Like, yeah, but it's not common. It's literally
apparently not as common.
Like I said, I literally just argued yesterday and today about this dumb shit. So I mean, and
yeah.
There was more other times that's what inspired me. Hearing people's bad thing, and I go, I just want to explain. At least I can get my stuff out there. Hopefully that helps. But
yeah, it's I don't know. It's odd that it's not common sense. It's bad that it's not common sense, but it isn't common sense.
It isn't. And so instead of, like I said, instead of putting people down and saying it isn't, they're stupid or something, I don't know. They're just uninformed. I mean, fine, good. Here's how. I'll explain it to you.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, yeah. Right. It's like I said, and it's not because I'm trying to, force people just to do something my way. I'm just explaining how I can see it. And if you can't figure that out, you can just use my way.
Yep.
That's my goal, was to give tools to our activists to empower them. Because in general, as an, I don't know, an anarchist, I care about empowering people and not governing them. So good people govern themselves, especially once they understand all this stuff. How does all this knowledge not change your actions?
Yeah.
I mean, wow. If you can read all you've read so far and it hasn't changed your actions, like that you realize your actions matter or whatever, and the reality is real and morality is real and you got to act a certain way. Yeah, then I guess there's no hope for you.
Yeah, that's right. Then I guess, I don't know, what are you even doing here? Why did you even watch this video?
Yeah. Well, you see that I don't get a lot of people really critiquing my videos in a bad way, really. But if they do, it's always petty shit like, the sound quality or something. I mean, they're not really attacking my ideas.
I think our videos are fine for sound quality. So,
well, yeah.
So they are also wrong. So
okay, true. but I could buy a sound system like you and a video thing like you. I just haven't. Maybe I will in the future. I don't know. I just spent the whole time trying to get my front of my lawn looking better because they complained about the weeds and shit. Oh. So I decided, you know what? I'm going to redo the whole thing and make it a lot more, what do you call it? Low maintenance.
Ah.
So I put down pulled up all these kind of weeds and moved all these trees around, so it's like super easy to walk in there and clean it, because that's also I'm thinking I want to maintenance this thing.
Yep.
And I put tons. First, I put this like a plastic down, so the weeds don't grow, and then I put all these rocks.
Nice. Yeah, my dad did that with his front yard actually too.
I'm like, oh, you complaining about weeds and me doing the lawn? You know what? Let's pull that fucker out and put rocks. How's that?
Yeah, that's
there.
right.
Solve the problem. It cost me $700 fucking, but ha! Fuck you. Now I can't talk shit,
Yeah, that's right. It's dealt with.
But anyways, I'm just saying I got other things, spend my money and my time on. I'm trying to get my jewelry business going, because I now have my jewelry desks I have my room built for the fire and stuff. I have everything I need. I have the room painted and had shelving and stuff. I just haven't bought all the equipment, which I'm going to do within the next month. I'm going to buy the equipment, so very soon it's going to start happening.
Nice.
But anyways, that just talking about priorities, saying about having extra money. I don't have extra money. I literally spent like $10,000 on jewelry shit. I do not have extra fucking money. That's all I had to buy a new car recently because the fucking air conditioning went out, and I don't know. I live in Florida. Holy fuck! If you don't have air conditioning,
I live in Canada, so I still like having air conditioning.
Yeah, not having a heater.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
It's not bad. But anyway, so I'm just saying. So I went and got a used car, just people know that, and then go try to buy a new one because I don't have that kind of money.
Yeah.
But anyway,
that's fair.
So I'm just saying that you do what's reasonable, right? It's like with money, right? You do what's actually logical. Not always. Sometimes it's fun to go do things that are not reasonable, like just spending money on a movie or doing something. That's why I really feel that those aren't like people. Let's go back to you. Like you said before, or I've heard people talk about feeling kind of guilty for doing something pleasurable.
Right.
You know what's so funny? Just doing shit like the smallest, like go see a movie. You think that's flourish? Rich people literally fucking buy fucking yachts and then buy time from like a singer, and they go do a live solo performance on a yacht or something. And we're worried about going to the fucking movies. It's so fucking crazy to me. That should be normal shit. Everyone should be able to do just the basic human things.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just.
Oh, I agree.
Just like people like it reminds me. I feel like some people they want to take like the fun out of revolution. The revolution should be our freedom, thus to have fucking fun too.
Yep.
Right. It's not an extra. Society tries to act like just doing basic things is extra. Yeah, for us, but for the rich, they entitled to all that, I guess.
Emma Goldman was once asked, would there be dancing after the revolution? And she said, if there's no dancing, it's not my revolution.
Right. I mean, I want human flourishing. So, of course, I want that. I'm not anti-society. But society has to be civil and caring. So what this shit is now, it's not civil or caring. Where the fuck are we supporting people bombing fucking hospitals? And here's the thing. I don't even care if the thing is full to the brim of fucking terrorists.
Yeah.
You don't blow it up if there's other people in there. What in the? I'm sorry. Yeah. What part of morality do you need explained to you that said what the fuck?
Collateral damage should never be a thing.
No.
That should never be a thing.
No. And here's the thing. They went in, believe it or not, with regular people and just took the stuff instead of bombing a wow, you mean you could have done that this whole time? Yeah, but some of our people with lives have been in danger. And so so instead of a few hundred of your people's lives in danger, you're gonna kill thousands? Yeah, no, that's not no. Like I said about morality, what? No.
There's something to be said about the person who becomes a soldier, knowing that their life is going to be in danger and they're doing a job that they know is dangerous, versus a civilian who has never asked for this, has never done anything to deserve it, and just exists.
Yeah.
One of those people.
And often also not even armed, and you're dropping fucking a bomb on them. There's don't call that self-defense. That's just vile. So it's vile. Just like trying to say to me, saying that Hamas going and attacking and killing or whatever, kidnapping also different people. That's not defense.
Right.
The
Yeah.
fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
If you would attack an Israeli military installation,
that's
I
a thing.
wouldn't have an issue with that.
But don't kidnap
but attacking
civilians.
people? Oh,
Yeah.
hell fuck no. No. Like I said, in Israel too. Fuck no. And then Israel's just like Hamas too. Hamas is justified because they did bad things. And then Israel says, well, they did terrorism, so we can do terrorism. No, but bullshit. It's both wrong. You shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
And anyways, to me, what's really, I told you from the beginning, why are we sending them money? So a large military compared to a small terrorist cell, because they already took it over in a couple of days, right? It wasn't like Ukraine, right, where Russia's a year later still or whatever, over a year or whatever it is. I don't even know now.
Yeah.
But my point is, not a real military.
Right.
A couple days. So, and they already did it, right? The money hasn't even got to them, right? The 14 billion we're supposed to send them so to help them out to do what exactly? Because aren't they already winning? They already took over Gaza. And what? And
they don't need the money.
That's what I told you. I didn't even. Now let me say something else too that I wouldn't learn because I look things up. I suffer from that desiring information.
Yeah.
So I made a comment that it's a rich country. It is. I think it's like 17th or something or 15th or something. It's up there, right?
Very rich.
Now, poor countries, so down towards the bottom, that's where Palestinians are. So don't even say this is even an equal thing, even if it was two countries fighting or whatever, two areas. It's not. So they don't need, so I'm saying they do not need your more money.
No.
And then on top of that, why would you give them money when they're doing things that are unethical?
Yeah. When
they're doing fucking war crimes. And when they could literally, as they already proved, by sending people in, that they can go into a hospital without blowing it up.
Yep.
Anyways, I'm not going to go into all that because this is about philosophy, but yeah, just saying about morality too. This should be understandable. What the fuck? That's what I'm trying to say. How is this not fucking obvious?
It seems so clear. It just seems so clear, but somehow it's not. I don't understand.
Yeah, yeah, that's why I like with that thing about the saying that fuck the cops and rape the cops or whatever, or it was trying to say. I don't know. But even if, but so,
yeah, like
that's not anarchist. Like what?
When I say fuck the police, I don't mean have sex with the police. I don't even mean have sex with the police. I just mean fuck them, as in go the fuck away. We don't want them. So even the image didn't make any sense to me, even if you don't assume it was rape. But it looked non-consensual, and I was not
right. And how can an anarchist, like I said, how can that coincide with the anarchist values? It fucking can't.
Yeah, it can't.
That's like saying an anarcho-fascist. You're just putting dumb words together. It's literally what the fuck you're talking about.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Anarcho-capitalism or something dumb, you know? Like,
yeah, right. Anarcho-capitalism.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so. We are non-coercion as anarchists, right? We're also non-hierarchy. These are, to me, the very gleaming main values. There's other values, but these are the main ones. That you violate this, it's not anarchist anymore. So you have hierarchy as the nature of capitalism.
Yeah.
So there's all kinds of reasons.
And coercion. As
right, and coercion. Like true. Especially with poverty and whatever, threat of, losing the job. Just like, think of this, to me. How is it that your employer has a right to what you say on Twitter or something?
Right.
You should tell them to go fuck themselves. And they do nothing.
It shouldn't have any effect.
What the hell does your personal life have to do with the fucking... Now, if you say fuck you at the job, that's a different issue. I've done that and I got fired. And I guess I deserved it. But my point is that going back to the thing that you can't do that, right?
Yeah.
So the capitalism, right? It inherently is violating at least the hierarchical. Yeah. At least I agree the coercion too, and all that kind of stuff. It's just terrible. But my point is, it's at least. That's why the anarcho-capitalism is stupid. It violates the two biggest values of anarchism.
Yeah,
it 100% values doesn't adhere to our non-hierarchical. So it's lost.
Yeah, that's right.
And then the other one, it's also coercive. Oh, well, what the fuck? Yep. That's what I said. How can that be possible? It can't logically. That's what I was saying. When you understand how things have to coincide to each other to make reason, that's just what the fuck. Yeah. So.
Yep.
Right. Just like think of this: left communism. That's a stupid statement because it assumes that there must be center communism. Or
I saw somebody post that the other day.
Like, right? Like stupid, right? Like, I'm saying similar kind of thinking. I'm saying similar kind of thinking. Things have to make sense. Going to my point.
Yeah.
Things have to make sense. So that's why it does matter about philosophy. People think, well, philosophy doesn't matter, or the things I talk about don't matter. It fucking matters. I just told you how we can justify reality. You don't think that matters? Well, I guess you've not talked to most people that seem to like try to have us deny reality.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
well, and it does matter, like not just in the debate about does objective reality exist or not, because in our day-to-day discourse on politics, science, the world, we have different narratives that are opposing views, and it matters what's true. It matters that one side in the Israeli-Palestine conflict has way more power than the other. It matters.
And they act like that's not true. They literally act like it's two equal forces or something.
Right.
Or even worse, they act like it's like the Ukraine thing. Like somehow Israel is Ukraine and Russia is somehow the Palestinians. It's literally insane. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You see what I'm saying?
No, yeah.
Just nonsense. Like if you looked at how big Hamas is, I can't remember, but 52,000 or something, or whatever it is, or something. I don't know. There's way more than that in the Israeli military, especially because they can take the whole population and basically force them into military service. Yeah. Something else I fucking hate.
Right, which is again another point against the state of Israel.
Yes, definitely. I mean against states, period. But yes. Yes. Just fuck America, fuck Canada, fuck all these motherfuckers. Yes. Like I said, anyways, before many times, the concept of my country is a fantasy that has been given to you by war.
Yeah.
That without war, you would not have this thing you call country. And in fact, the lines of what the country has been changed many times by war. In fact, if you don't believe that, just go look at like the last 2,000 years of lines of borders or whatever in Europe. Yeah. It's literally insane when you say it's like it's and they're like, I'm from this. You're like, he literally is stupid as fuck.
Yeah. You're from what? Like this is a new thing. What you're doing here? Like it's yeah.
And they think that we're the weirdos for like bringing it up. Like, I'm sorry, nations are a fantasy land.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, I mean,
borders are ephemeral nonsense.
Like literally there's no borders, and the borders can change, and they should, right? Like say America. Oh, we have sovereign borders, but do you? Because even the Supreme Court said that the land you're on is indigenous land for the Native Americans. Even if you somehow assumed all kinds of other stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. The there's a YouTube channel, I think it's called It Had to Be Said, who has been doing a really good series on countries and how silly an idea it is too.
Very. And people don't realize like that they actually make you like or not like other humans simply because you're told to. I mean, it's grotesque. Yeah. I remind me when people 9/11 happened, right? Whole bunch of people, right? They went and they said, "Oh, whatever happens to people in New York, no, I didn't live there, anywhere else in the country of America, right, or whatever."
Right.
That we care about New York 3,000 miles away, but God damn it, we care about, New York because they got attacked by the 9/11, right? But then I will be 50 miles from the Mexican border, and I went over there to help an orphanage, and I told my friends, and they were telling me, why'd you go down to America? I said, so I'm supposed to not care about a 50-mile away human, but I'm supposed to care about because of nation states 3,000 away?
Yep. Yeah. Right. Because of this line that they drew on a map.
It's literally fucking ridiculous to me.
Yeah. No,
so that's what I'm trying, but I know that they tried to think that somehow that somehow this has to be this way, or it was always, this is just nonsense. It's like they go, well, anarchism could never happen. I'm like, so you're not understanding anarchism, because first off, you should always want it to happen. You should always want to have the non-coercion. You should always want to have the desire for non-hierarchy, that everyone's equal. This is just simple. This should not be something that bothers you.
Yeah.
I mean, just saying.
Yeah.
But it does, because people are taught to. And also, like you said about worldviews, then what if their worldview is wrong? Well, then what? You can't, support things, or you can't do things.
Well,
or you think, well, if you're an anarchist, you would never, do anything to help. Like, literally, that's wrong.
Yeah. It's the opposite, actually. Like, whenever I haven't done it yet, but I am still working on a video essay explaining anarchism. And literally every time you see people doing kindness with no reward, that's doing anarchism.
Yeah.
It's like, that's what it is. So
I agree. People just do not get that.
Yeah.
But like I said, when you want you to understand the values, though, it makes it easier.
Yeah.
Just like I think it makes it easier to, once you grasp values, to do instance, psychology and stuff, philosophy, and other politics, whatever. Because once you understand value, like anarchism or anything, because of axiology, like I said, it allows you then to apply that to other things.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to get people to understand, is that these other things are happening all the time. You're the presuppositions. You're making all these things, but we have to accept them. We have to. It's just like when they try to say reality is not real. Like I said, that they say this, and then they say the worst thing they say, something even stupider. They'll say, "Well, science has proven this." How could science, which is in a world that's not real, doing things that are also not true or real, come to a real, true conclusion that you're certain of? Like,
it can't.
Just talk that out. That
it can't.
You'll get that wasn't reasoned.
Yeah. So you're just saying things. That's what you just. It doesn't matter if it's true. You're just saying things.
Yeah. I don't understand, what people don't. But I said they have an epistemological confusion about what's really going on. So let's read that now. Epistemological confusion. It's after Lawrence Krauss. It's right.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So skeptics think they are more clever than me, an astute rationalist, with claims such as, because we distrust our senses, we therefore somehow can't use them to know if we exist. But fear not, my friends, all is not lost. Just saying something has a random nature is not an evidence claim. It lacks value. It lacks all value.
Yep. So then now we're going to go ahead and read my little picture there.
Right. Justified true belief. Damien, beliefs are not claims. My response. Sounds to me like you are making a claim, are you not? In epistemology, all claims have a truth value, and beliefs are believed to hold a value of truth, or they would not be believed, as untrue things do not hold a truth value, thus not supporting justified belief, so unworthy to be believed. And if one claims to believe in things they don't believe are true, sounds more like intellectual dishonesty, or some other form of unvaluable thinking strategy. The ethics of belief refers to a cluster of related issues that focus on standards of rational belief, intellectual excellence, and conscientious belief formation.
Right, and that's what I try to constantly identify for people. There's an ethics in what you believe, because what you believe is a truth claim.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, like, it's interesting to think that somebody would believe a thing, but not believe that means they think it's true.
Dude, I've had people try to defend the nonsense to me and all kinds. So yes, I've also had atheists say they don't have any beliefs, and I go, that itself is a belief.
Right. And you think it's right. You think it's a correct
you think it's
belief to
correct,
have.
but it's failed. So you have already made the axiological judgment or the conclusion that it's accurate, but it's not.
How can you have an idea in your head that you think is what you believe and not think that it is a correct belief that needs that other people should believe?
Yeah, it's odd. Or they say I don't have to defend it. I'm like, okay, but I don't have to take it as reasonable either.
Yeah. Well, I mean, both, that's true, I guess. Yeah, you don't have to defend it, but also I can just dismiss you without any fucking
There
word.
you go. Okay, thanks. Goodbye. Have a nice day.
Right.
So
Yeah.
let's read about scientific values, because I feel like that both scientists, skeptics, atheists, most everybody really does not, I feel like, grasp science in the right way, or they talk about it in such weird ways.
All right.
Me. So go ahead and read it.
So scientific values, validism, realism, and rationalism.
That's what I said. Fallibilism.
Fallibilism.
We're going to explain some of these a little more, but not extensively because I'm trying to go fast. So we're not. But anyways, the fallibilism is it's about three different things, kind of. But I only like the beginning, sort of. I don't like the so fallibilism is everything that can fail or make a mistake, including science, including everything. We have to open it. But that goes back to my methodological skepticism. Everything's open to challenge and change upon valid and reliable reason and evidence.
Yeah.
Done.
Yep. Yep.
So you get what I'm saying? So that those go together. They're not like contradictory, or that actually is doing the same thing. It's just explaining it different. Yeah. So anyways, go ahead and read it. So realism is about the real world, and rationalism you already know. So go ahead and just read it.
According to Alan Musgrave in the book Essays on Realism and Rationalism, Scientific Theories, it has sometimes been maintained enable us to describe precisely how things happen, but cannot really explain why they happen as they do. According to this view, which I shall call descriptivism, the search for explanation or for explanatory theories is an illegitimate intrusion of metaphysics into science. Descriptivism is related to, but not, as is often supposed, identical with, an even more radical view, which I shall call instrumentalism, following Popper, or fictionalism. The instrumentalist agrees with the descriptivist that scientific theories are not explanatory, but goes further and denies that they are descriptive as well. Theories,
according to what I was trying to explain to you, is they're bringing in philosophic skepticism, just people know. Go ahead.
Theories, according to the instrumentalist, are not descriptions of the world, but mathematical devices or fictions which enable us to classify, systematize, and predict descriptions of the world. Opposed to both of these views is realism. My aim is to...
We already talked about at the beginning that I hold a whole bunch of realist positions.
Right.
Go ahead.
My aim is to argue in favor of realism and, in general, will favor a fallibilist, realistic, and rationalist position in opposition to the idealistic, anti-realism, and relativistic viewpoints some champion. Philosophical skepticism, solipsism, and the denial of reality or certainty. I hear over and over again that there is no scientific proof, only scientific evidence or facts.
And by the way, I'm talking about scientists and archaeologists saying this. And
right.
This one that I addressed was an actual archaeologist that gave a presentation about all this stuff. And I was like, wow, what the fuck? That was a whole bunch of nonsense. But anyway, so just, yeah.
Okay. So from An Idiot's Guide to the American Upper Paleolithic, presented by Dr. Clark Wernicke. In this talk, Dr. Wernicke will review the history of Paleo-Indian archaeology and the evidence that debunks the Clovis first theory and examine how this evidence is shifting the paradigm on how scholars perceive the early migrations into the Americas.
Right. And so when he was talking about just that stuff, that was good stuff. When he started to give his skepticism shit, and he just starts to go off on his skepticism and how he doubts and you can't trust anything, and I just was like, oh my God, you're going off the deep end. You have stepped in from the kiddie pool.
No shit.
Yeah. So to me, because what he's saying, So there's several statements he makes, but one of the things he talks about is that science can't know anything, and for certain, even archaeology. And I was like, so I know an archaeological fact that not one archaeologist can disagree with it. Not one. Zero. That hominoids, including humans and other pre-humans or whatever, or other, arcane humans, that we all invented or used stone tools. The evidence for that is so brute fact. The entire world would have to be a hologram for it to be somehow fucking false.
Right.
Because we have found stuff for 3 million years until, like, I don't know, like 1,000 years ago or something, or less. I mean, and you're talking about the Americas, maybe even longer than that in some other parts, So their evidence is so overwhelming. It would be absolutely impossible to try to counteract the fact that stone tools are a part of human, like, history or whatever.
Yeah.
But just to show you that when they say that it can't be, I'm like, this fucking it can. What are you talking about? So what's hard to do is generalization type of facts. Those require a fuck ton of evidence, right? But a situational, like, one thing, all you got to prove that one thing, you proved it.
Yeah, that's right.
So you get what I'm trying to say. So yeah. Anyways, but I'm also, once again, I'm not trying to attack that person. I do appreciate his archaeology. I even appreciate him trying to bring up skepticism and stuff. Next time, have me on and let me debate you, and then really interesting.
Yeah,
it's not just kidding. I don't debate, but he's welcome to come on our show and tell me why he thinks I'm wrong.
Sure. Yeah, like, I understand why, like, for some things, like, a lot, especially stuff that's, like, only had one study or what have you, and people are like, hey, we aren't saying that this is 100% accurate. We're just saying that this is what it kind of showed in this experiment. And
yes, and
more
he
research is needed.
Sometimes, and he shows, I think, some examples that sometimes science goes too far. They start making claims like the reality is not real or something. They just make fun, like, oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So sometimes archaeology does it too. Not very often, but it's not in generally, or it could be not even the archaeologists. It could be just scientific magazines explaining what the archaeologists did. So the archaeologists actually didn't say anything fucked up, but the science explainer is explaining in a way that is fucked up.
Right. It's.
So I'm just saying. I don't want to go on all about that. I'm just trying to say is that I'm not really trying to attack this person as an archaeologist. I'm just saying that statement of saying that we can't know it's not valid.
Yeah.
Go ahead and read his actual statement, because I don't try to straw man him.
From times 51:58 to 53:42 minutes in the video, the presenter, Dr. Clark Wernicke, states, most importantly, what you should take home from today's talk is heightened skepticism. Skepticism is healthy and it is part of science. Watch the language. There are code words that should wave large red flags in your head. And the following are all examples, all from recent publications. I like this one. Quote, this study proves. Or, quote, we prove. The scientific method does not prove things. We try to disprove them. And
first off, that right there, I have a problem. I don't agree that's exactly what the scientific method tries to disprove. That's not accurate.
Yeah, I don't
because it depends on what scientific method is. Just a method of how you go through, like this, like my reasoning. This equals this step, and then you look for this step, and then this step, and then at the end you make the conclusion. How did all that respond, and how should it, and whatever. So it's not
like depending on your experiment, right? Like, you're not supposed to be trying to prove or disprove it. You're supposed to be exploring a hypothesis.
Then to find out, is it valid? So it's not about
is this accurate?
Is it valid? Is this accurate? Or is this looking like it's, reasonable?
If you go in trying to prove it or disprove it, then you're going to skew your results.
Right. And what he means, I think, by the disprove it, just so people know that he's not like totally off the deep end. I think he's thinking maybe philosophically, and the fact that you have to start with the null hypothesis. And other things are the alternative. So that's maybe what he means by disprove. Maybe. Yeah. But once again,
it's good to be generous. Like, that makes sense.
Trying to be, because it's still wrong, but maybe I'm just how he's saying it and how I'm interpreting it or something. I heard him talk, so I don't think so.
And then, even if much of our data may suggest that our data is otherwise, prove is a very definitive word. I like this one. Conclusively shows. Really? Beyond a shadow of doubt, it conclusively shows? Or does it, or does not support? Okay, but on the surface, this might seem okay. It is a real weasel phrase. Lots of things don't support a hypothesis. Dirt on my shoe does not support my hypothesis. that the ozone of the earth is depleting? Nope, no, it does not. So what? There are a lot of things that don't support things. Refutes the possibility? Oh, this is reserved for when you have a real axe to grind with a colleague. This is not only wrong, it is impossible to ever be right. When you see phrases like this, I want you to think of me using my most sarcastic tone and going, really? So read these things and really think about them.
But you need to think about them.
Yeah.
The possibility, like that's never something that can happen.
Right.
So the round Earth. Hold on now. The round Earth refutes the flat Earth, and that can never. There's no possibility of the flat Earth. And you're saying that can't be possible in science? Or like I said, if someone says there's no such thing as stone tools, humans didn't invent them, there's rocks that were out there chipped by accident. We can absolutely prove otherwise.
Yeah.
So it literally is absolutely not. We can conclusively prove.
Like, I'm sorry, we fucking know the Earth isn't flat. Like this.
You get what I'm trying to say is I'm not saying every claim can be proved, but to act as if no claim, because that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. Yeah, it's never okay to say it refutes the possibility. What the fuck are you talking? Anyways, that's my opinion. So let's not keep going on him. Let's go back to me.
Okay.
So so I just wanted to show though, as scientists or archaeologists and the instructor and teacher, whatever, is teaching that, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. But like I said, I know that I also, do approach things from a rationalist perspective. So it's not always going to be in line with what a skeptic would think or say. But if they're doing following of the truth like Cory, then we almost submit the same things anyways.
Yeah.
Right? Because both of us want critical thinking. Both of us want logic. Both of us want evidence. Both of us agree that science should provide the best explanation that we start off from. So they should be reasonably the same thing. If we're both honest thinkers.
Yep.
Anyways.
Exactly.
So navigating the proposed truth in a claim of truth is the next picture.
Yeah. Pragmatic theory of truth, the coherence theory of truth, and the correspondence theory of truth.
Right. I see these as working together. Most people see them as separate things that do everything. I do not see it that way. In fact, I absolutely would reject that. Using somehow to say that everything can be done and only limited to pragmatism. How in the fuck is that possible?
Right.
And then like the coherence theory of truth. Things have to, in a sense, make sense to what you're talking about. You can't say, well, there's a square moon. What? Right. So there's limits to things that you talk about. So my point is that they're different things. One is just how you establish, say, axioms or that you should do things methodological, which is reasonable. But you have no knowledge and it's not a knowledge claim. Pragmatic. It's just trying to get better. So it's not making claims. Then we start making claims when we get to like logic or reason, thinking in the mind, which is the coherence theory of truth, which is all about how the mind thinks. Okay. And this is where it's super important, like logical fallacies. If you don't even get to say an external fact, you're already fucked.
Right.
Thinking alone is already, dude. You don't even have to worry about it. So it's not coherent. See what I'm saying? It's not a coherent, reasoned, assessment.
Yeah.
So that's where that is valid to me. But it tries to make out external claims. How? It is an internal concept.
Right.
Like regulation in a sense, or a way to, in a sense, navigate it. So, So then the correspondence theory of truth, this is what science does. When it says, we found this or evidence demonstrated this or whatever, that is talking about what corresponds to the natural world, the external world.
Yeah.
So to me, they actually work together, all of them. We start in pragmatics. We go to what's logical and make sure that everything's consistent. And then we go look at the natural world, and the different forms of truth should help navigate those different things we're doing. In other words, I don't think it's right to do the say one of them, like the last one, the correspondence theory of truth about what's in your mind.
Right.
It's not, or to start your pragmatic theories and stuff. No, I don't think so. It's limited in a sense to evidencism. So it's like one is your standards. That's just the in a sense the pragmatics theory of truth.
Right.
Because once again, if you read it, it will say some of the things I'm saying, but then it will go crazy like it thinks it's its own theory, and I don't agree with that. So then the coherence theory of truth also. So basically, I think it's like 16 or 18 or something percent of philosophers or something believe in pragmatic theory of truth as the way to do everything. Like 23 or something, or is how much, or something like that, of how much they believe in. Like talking about scholars, they did like 4,000 people or something, or 1,000 or something. I can't remember now. They did a study though about philosophers in college, not like just random people on the internet, but college professors or whatever. Philosophy.
Right.
But anyway, so they asked them like how often, which of these systems do you use? So most of them, I think it's like 40-something% do the last one, correspondence theory of truth.
Right.
Problem is though, I think all of it's valid. It just matters on what you're talking about.
Right. Yeah. So like you say, they should be able to work together. These are not separate things that you use.
Correct. Because once you grasp them how I grasp them, one is how you build standards, which you do before you do anything.
Yeah.
And you do that because you already reasoned that they're important.
Then you make sure they're internally coherent.
Yeah, exactly. Internally coherent and then externally coherent. Wow, you fucking did it. So that's how we know truth in a sense is doing it in this way. And so then you read it here. Go ahead and read. I do these 3 categories. And this is all, by the way, me explaining this.
Yeah, I use these 3 categories. One,
and then my explanations in purple, as you see, those are mine. I call it that. No one taught me that. I am explaining how I see it and why I use it the way I do. And like I said, I've had other philosophers look at that and go, "Oh, that's pretty good."
Nice. So yeah, I use 3 truth categories. 1, the pragmatic theory of truth, which is similar to pre-logic or subjective logic. 2 is the coherence theory of truth, similar to logic and relates to the internal world. And the correspondence theory of truth, similar to post-logic and relates to the external world. To me, there are 3 main approaches to truth: the ontology of truth from the very subjective, pragmatic theory of truth, subjective/objective, coherence theory of truth, or the objective, correspondence theory of truth.
Right, and you see over there the small purple writing too. I explained, and by the way, this is all from me. I then went and looked later. I just wrote it. I just wrote subjective logic because it makes sense to me. Then I looked up and I went, oh, there is something called subjective logic. Wow, cool. See, I knew it because I already thought that has to come. How the fuck is that? How do you get there? So anyway,
you got to start. Yeah.
And they're like, oh, well, of course you do this. I'm like, no, I didn't know that. Like, you didn't teach me. I just knew that by looking at it and going, okay, there has to be something that comes before this because how do we get to this?
Yeah.
So it just logically makes sense. I looked at, oh yeah. So they already agree with me. Okay, cool.
Right.
Because I would think this way anyways. It's just nice to go that when they look, oh, they even use the same words I do, and I didn't even know it. I just because it just makes sense. That's what it would be. It's subjective logic that is pre-reasoned in a sense. It's not fully reasoned. It's just kind of that's why I said you should. To me, the pragmatic should be limited to one thing only. That's just starting your in a sense. Things like Cory says, I realize that anarchism is good, and so I follow anarchism standards. So then you just presuppose anarchism every time. Right. What would an anarchist do? What would an anarchist do? In a sense, is what I'm saying.
Right.
So you're following that same thing. It becomes a methodological standard. You put ideas up to, does it coincide with this?
Right. Yeah.
So I'm just trying to explain, like, you're using it all the time. That's why I feel like people think that they don't need to learn axiology from me, and I explain all kinds of ways. And I'm like, yeah, it's really great and it sounds neat, but I don't need it. You literally need it every fucking day of your life. But okay,
yeah. You're sort of doing it anyway.
Yeah, you're doing
whether
it
you're doing it randomly, thoughtfully or not. Yeah,
maybe semi-thoughtfully. You seem to be doing it somewhat thoughtfully, but you're still doing it almost like a adjunct to your anarchism in a sense.
Right.
Instead of your morality leads to anarchism like me, you're doing anarchism leads you to morality, sort of. But I also think that you have a moral sense or anarchism wouldn't be appealing.
Right. Yeah.
Right? So
for sure.
Once again, the presupposition is you kind of like ethics to begin with is why anarchism kind of sounds reasonable to you. That's also why you could literally look at the world and go, it's not ethical. Not even by its own standards.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why I told you about like nihilism. I get it. You look at the world and you say it's fucked. But see that the difference is not that truth. It's the response to the truth. And the response is, well, fuck everything. What the fuck kind of response is that?
It's not a good response.
Do you know what I'm saying? So that's
Yeah.
not a valuable response to me. Well, I appreciate you, doing this. I know some people don't always like philosophy, especially because when I talk philosophy, it's a little different than for some people, because I don't really go, well, this one philosopher thinks that and that other philosopher. I do that a little bit just to help people grasp what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. That's I can actually kind of appreciate that more, because you can get really bunged up in the who said what and should we take them seriously? Are they authority on the subject? Like, it's much better, I think, like if you can like drill down into the concepts in a way that's separate from all the fucking names.
See, that's that. Now you're explaining how I actually studied philosophy. I didn't study philosophy because I went, oh, well, what's it called? Whatever I think. I said, okay, so what's reason? What's logic? What's math? What's science? And then what's this? What's that? What's archaeology? What's anthropology? I started because I did ontology first, right?
Right. Yeah.
Right. I did ontology first, and then the next thing is, how do I know these things? And so then I investigate, how does science know these things? How does archaeology know these? How does anthropology come up with all this stuff? You know what I'm saying? You start to look, where is this stuff coming from? What is it? Why? How valid is it? And I can make a better assessment when I learn more, obviously.
Right.
If you need a standard, like that guy saying that about things being illogical, as opposed to what? If there's no reality, what does that mean, illogical?
Yeah, you can't have any like you can't have a standard to compare it to.
That's what I'm saying. Literally, that doesn't work. Like, you're not getting, but like I said, that's why I know, Cory, it's frustrating. And I try to, like I said, be, slow and methodical, and teach it in a way that's easy to grasp and easy to utilize in anything. Yeah. Like my concepts, even the hammer of truth. I told you I taught that one chick for like 2 hours or something, or an hour, whatever it is, I don't know, in my video, and she went that night, never heard of philosophy before, that night wouldn't use it. She's like, oh my God, it totally works. And I'm like, yeah. She goes, well, she used it for something else. I can't remember what it was, but she used it for something else. And she was like, oh man, that is so amazing. Yeah. Because when you go, what are you talking about? How do you know that? And why is what you just offered valuable? You do that to somebody's claims, and those claims, either if they're good, then good. But if they're not, well, they're obvious to find out real quick.
Yeah.
They won't have good answers. But anyway, so this is talking about, I don't believe him. This is actually talking to about that. Archaeologist that gave that thing about skepticism. Like I said, his stuff about archaeology was pretty good. I even like some of his stuff about challenging ideas we know. It's not bad. But then making these truth claims about truth claims was kind of odd.
Yeah.
So go ahead. I don't believe him.
I don't believe as him, though. We know that I am a rationalist, but a skeptic. Or not a skeptic.
I'm a rationalist, not a skeptic.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
My point is, so you already know that I'm probably going to have a different take on it.
Yeah. So he states any archaeology or science that states proves, etc., can never be true, because science doesn't prove things. It only tries to disprove. And to me, there is so much wrong in what was stated. I'll start by offering one. His argument of disprove is to prove it is not accurate or relatable to the claim. I hear over and over again, there is no scientific proof, only scientific evidence or facts. But a fact is a thing that is known or proven to be true.
And evidence. Cory, you get up to rationals. I'm like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. And evidence is the available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is valid, true, or valid. A proof is sufficient evidence or a sufficient argument for the truth of a proposition. The concept applies in a variety of disciplines, with both the nature of the evidence or justification and the criteria for sufficiency being area dependent. In some areas of epistemology and theology, the notion of justification plays approximately the role of proof, while in jurisprudence, the corresponding term is evidence, with burden of proof as a common concept to both philosophy and law. In most disciplines, evidence is required to prove something. Evidence is drawn from the experience of the world around us, with science obtaining its evidence from nature. Exactly what evidence is sufficient to prove something is also strongly area dependent, usually with no absolute threshold of sufficiency at which evidence becomes proof. Many seem
Hold
unaware.
on a second.
Yeah.
But so in that statement, like there's I think it's the Academy of Scientists or something. I can't remember now, but they came out with the statement that evolution is both true and it's a what do you say? I can't remember now exactly, but they say it's true. I think it's a true and it's also a claim or something. I can't remember what they say. But if they say it's true, the whole point is that they're saying that they're scientists, the group of scientists, and they're trying to teach science education, and they say that evolution is true.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a theory and it's true. That's what it is. Theory and it's true. Because in that sense, a theory is explaining the law we understand.
Yeah.
That's called science. Go learn what the words mean. So
yeah.
it doesn't mean, it's like in philosophy, you know, when I say metaphysics, the fuck am I talking about fantasy lands? I'm talking about what is in or can be in a real world. That's how I'm using it. Ontology. I'm not using some fantasy land. I'm saying that you have to fit something that matches what you claim. If you claim a chair, you can't point to a fish.
Right.
Unless the fish is in the shape of a chair.
Yeah, that's right.
So you get
for sure.
You're limited. Otherwise, to me, especially to me, a lot of times these systematic what's it called? Semantic arguments. To me, a lot of times they're just bullshit. It's just sophistry crap.
Yeah, no, that's right.
It's no fucking value. It's just a way of, it's like a logical fallacy. It's a way of throwing out nonsense and then acting like you're smart or you've said something.
Yeah,
so I feel like, and it's like, okay, you said nothing, but I always find it's amazing how people online want to fucking prove they're smarter than everybody. Who gives a fuck? I'm smarter than a lot of people. Does anybody care? I told you before, Cory.
I thought the lesson from I thought the lesson we were supposed to learn from the sophists was that they were unreliable and untrustworthy.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that because I don't know philosophy stuff, but I like I said, I read concepts. I read what is methodological skepticism. What is skepticism? What is that's what I did. I did that research. I didn't want other people's ideas. I want to know what is the fucking facts, what is the things, and then I want to understand then from that how I assess the world.
I might have misunderstood the story of the sophists and their role in ancient philosophy, but they were in opposition to the people we prop up as like the philosophers of that age. They were the ones that were like making bad arguments and like being intellectually dishonest and lying in order to make, try and make their points. They're the political right-wing pundits of their day.
Right. Well, like I said, my point is though is to try to remove the confusion, not by explaining just them, but to explain thinking. As you notice, my goal as a rationalist is to explain thinking, to help you think like I think, and then you start to see, wow, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, but I wanted to say something too. I don't want people to even take my ideas or even do better than my ideas or whatever, and then use that to harm people. I am smarter than most people I talk to, and I do not ever fucking abuse them or fucking hold myself up as fucking better than them. I feel that is absolutely fucking toxic, fucking shit behavior. You know what? If you're better, then you should act like it. You know how you act like that? You act like a teacher, not a fucking bully. There's a choice: bully or teacher. Which should we value, Cory? The bully or the teacher?
Right. Yeah, I think often the people who have the ability to like express themselves and their ideas well are often the ones that will not be abusive, right? So those of us
shouldn't. It's unethical. Are you not better? Didn't you say you're better? Then why do you act the way so mean to people? If you know you're better, then you're doing what? Bullying them? Yeah. And you think this is valuable? You think you're a good person doing that? Fuck no. So I try to do the opposite. I try, like I said, if I have it, just like the communist statement, right? Isn't something like to everyone their ability, everyone their need. Well, I have an ability and I use it for other people's needs.
Yeah.
And I feel that's a valid thing to do, and you should do.
Sure.
So if you are better, then you should be teaching. And if you're not teaching and you're just bullying, fuck you. You're a piece of shit.
And it's not going to have the effect you want anyway. Bullying doesn't make people believe what you believe.
No.
So
it doesn't even make the world better. I mean, it doesn't. How about this? I would tell people, to me, you should offer the truth as a gift that they can unwrap for themselves. I don't need to force anything. No coercion, right? Like anarchism.
Yep.
I don't need to force anything. I offer truth. I offer reason that seems so simple to grasp and understand. I try to make it hard on me and easy on others.
Yeah.
So that they can get there and realize they don't need to do that.
Yeah.
So I want people to feel empowered and also feel that you don't have to worry about if gods are real or, reality's not real and all this just absolute nonsense. What? It's not valid. We don't even need to worry about it. It's like I told Matt Dillahunty, as an axiologist, really, the first thing we do when it comes to the God question as an axiologist is apathy. We don't give a fuck because it's not valuable. You're asking me, Damien, how important is the fucking Bigfoot in your life? Like, it isn't.
Yeah.
So that's what I think about it. Nothing. The only reason I think about it is because you start asking questions. When you say, well, what the God thing, and then you're asking me what's my opinion about? Well, my opinion about God is an agnostic, because that now I'm trying to show you with axiology. The next move from I don't know anything and I have no reason to care about God because there's no brute fact in the world that makes that reasonable. Then when you ask, well, what do I think about? Now you're asking me a question, right? Now it's not my just natural state, which is who gives a fuck. My state, okay, what do I think? What are you talking about? Agnostic with an I, not an A. And that is, I don't accept that the term God fucking means anything. Like I'm saying about ontology. Yeah,
it's kind of a nonsensical. It's a nonsensical idea.
Nonsensical idea. So, but then if you push me more, right? That's what I try to explain to Matt, how you go from these things through stages. They're different reasonable things. You just asked me about you bring up the concept of God and ask me to think about it. Well, I think it's garbage.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, well, but do you believe it? Okay, that's another question.
Right.
No,
I don't believe this garbage.
Right? It's garbage. Now I'm an atheist. I'm saying,
Yeah.
but I already was, in a sense. I'm just showing you how the ladders of thinking.
Yeah.
Then the next thing is, okay, but what would it be like if there was a God in the real world? Or how does religion or God concepts project itself in the real world? Right. That's what gets me to antitheism, which is that I'm against these toxic fucking things that are causing people to murder each other. My mother literally hung up the fucking phone on me when I told her I was an atheist, and 2 months later said that she's going to go ahead and love me anyways. And I told her, don't do me any fucking favors. I said, you either love me, period. I have done nothing wrong just because I stopped being a Christian.
Yeah.
Done fucking nothing wrong for you to hate me or to not love me, or to love me anyways.
Yeah.
Don't love me, right? Because you don't. You either do or you don't. So then she hung up on me for another 2 months and then finally called back and goes, I love you. I love you the way you are. I said, I love you the way you are.
Good.
But I mean, my point is, I'm saying, the thing is that you grasp that it is an issue, but only issue because they make it an issue.
Yeah, that's right. So
how she even got to that, how she found out I was an atheist, not because I blatantly told her. She said, well, something's really hard. Let's pray about it. And I said, yeah, I'm not doing that. She goes, you don't pray anymore? I said, I don't pray anymore. She goes, don't you believe in God? Well, no.
Now that you asked.
And then the real shit started, and it was about 2 minutes later, and then I was hung up on. So I resented the living fuck out of me for becoming an atheist. Oh man, she'd rather I say I was gay and all kinds of other things, even though she hates that too. To be an atheist would meant to no longer be with God, and to no hope, because once you blaspheme the Holy Spirit, you can never be saved.
Yeah,
and I did that. I openly blasphemed the Holy Spirit. I'll do it again. So it's the only thing in the Bible that literally says, if you do that, you cannot be saved or go to heaven.
Yeah.
So when the Christians, I always tell them, don't waste your time. I'm already good. I'm already fucked. If there's a God, I've already done the thing he says you can't do.
Yeah, that's right.
Anyways, what more stupid? All this is just fear and guilt. Let's go to the main reason, or many seem unaware.
Yes. Many seem unaware that science involves philosophy. But most science communications don't fully explain the philosophy in science, and even when they are somewhat explained, it is likely limited and thus can add some confusion. Philosophy of science is a branch of philosophy concerned with the foundations, methods, and implications of science. The central questions of this study concern what qualifies as science, the reliability of scientific theories, and the ultimate purpose of science. This discipline overlaps with metaphysics, ontology, and epistemology. For example, when it explores the relationship between science and truth, the philosophy of science focuses on metaphysical, epistemic, and semantic aspects of science. Ethical issues such as bioethics and scientific misconduct are often considered ethics or science studies rather than the philosophy of science. There is no consensus among philosophers about the central problems concerned with the philosophy of science, including whether science can reveal the truth about unobservable things and whether scientific reasoning can be justified at all.
Right, but it doesn't say that no one agrees this, or all science, like that other guy, agrees.
There's no consensus.
No proof and no truth and no... No, that's not what science as a whole agrees. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Anyway, not even the philosophy of science. And I could send you a thing of the philosophy of science. I think I might have done it a long time ago, where there's like all these fucking positions on realism and anti-realism, but they're all over the fucking place.
Yeah, but it all still fits into the philosophy of science, right?
Yeah, but yet they're all over the place. So like different thinkers are like all over. Like, and also what that means too is that when I say all over, what it's like, think of it like a line, or let's say build up, whatever. You start with naive realism, which is fucking nonsense, or anti-realism, which is also fucking nonsense. And then you go out from there and you make these two things. And one goes a path of trying to make everything real and figure out science, and one is basically trying to say science doesn't know jack shit. Science is fucking wrong. It's like the bad, cousin or whatever, or something trying to pick on you and shit or bully you. It's like trying to bully fucking science or whatever. Some of the shit they say too is fucking ridiculous. Like there's one called epistemological anarchism. Yeah, nonsense.
Epistemological anarchism?
Yeah, you can go look it up. Fucking nonsense. It's like fucking far out anti-realism. Oh, we'll read it. Might as well. I'll look it up real quick. Or you can read it. You got to think too. You go look it up. I'll keep talking and just go look it up for it's called epistemological anarchism, I think, or something like that. It has to do with the philosophy of science. But anyways, so the burden of proof is the obligation on a party in a dispute to provide sufficient warrant of their position. And so proof in such argument, going back to what he says, right? What does proof mean? Sufficient amount of warrant. So once again, what people think proof means is like, they think it means like ultimate certainty or whatever, or every certainty is the same. Go ahead and read epistemological anarchism. Not the whole thing, about just like the first paragraph or whatever.
Yeah. This wiki just is weird. But it says basically epistemological anarchism is the epistemological theory advanced by Austrian philosopher of science Paul Feyerabend, which holds that there are no useful and exception-free methodological rules governing the progress of science or the growth of knowledge.
Yeah. What the fuck? Go ahead.
Doesn't seem right.
Yeah. Keep reading. It gets worse. Like, take that word anarchism off there, man. You're shaming us.
Right.
Like, okay, so anti-science is anarchism? What the fuck? No, just kidding.
So in the 70s, Firebrand outlines an anarchistic theory of knowledge captured by the theory anything goes. The phrase anything goes first appears in Firebrand's Experts in a Free Society and is more famously proclaimed at the end of the first chapter Against Method. Firebrand's epistemological anarchism has been the source of contention among scholars. Some claim that epistemological anarchism is not a positive view of the scientific method, but the conclusion of a reductio ad absurdum or of rationalism. Okay. The view that there are universal and unchanging rational rules for scientific reasoning. In Feyerabend's words, anything goes is not a principle I hold, but the terrified exclamation of a rationalist who takes a closer look at history. On this interpretation, Feyerabend aims to show that no methodological view can be held as fixed and universal, and therefore only fixed and universal rule would be anything goes, which would be useless. But that's not accurate. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Anyways, you don't have to keep going. So
yeah,
Firebrand does make some very interesting ideas. He does.
Sure.
So just so people, not that.
No.
Other stuff that he says he does say he is smart, so we'll go there, but I don't feel like he's using his philosophy in a great way. And I also feel like that he's smart, and so he explains it from his perspective, not from other people's perspective. It reminds me of when they asked, in a sense, Bernard Russell if he was an atheist or whatever, or if he believed in reality or something. He says something like, or God, and he says, well, is there a teapot on Saturn that spirals?
Oh yeah, Russell Brand.
Yeah, but in a sense, you're asking a ludicrous thing. Like if I say, is there justified rape? And you already know that there isn't. So you give them saying. So I'm actually reducto ad absurdum. I'm bringing up a absurd thing and showing you how that alone, grasping that, makes you see the other thing has to be a certain way,
right,
or whatever. So like I said, I'm trying to constantly explain everything. So, but I just wanted you to check that out. So you can,
it's interesting. I'll read more on that. I'm not convinced by him, but.
No, like I said, he has some. That's not one of them, but he has some interesting ideas.
Some good ideas.
I do think it's valuable to challenge ideas, and he definitely the fuck does that. So it's healthy, but his conclusion of then that equals nothing or anything goes. That's just fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, the idea that anything goes like that,
nihilism, right?
Yeah,
you ended up at nihilism. How the fuck did that happen? What? Oh, you have no way of value judging, but yet you come to a value judgment that you hold as valid, but then no value judgments are valid. Because if it was valid value judgment, that would be a methodological standard that allowed it to be that. But then you say that, but then you deny that.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. It's once again, that violates which one? Which theory of truth does that violate? Coherence theory of truth.
Yeah,
that
it's
idea
not
is
internally
coherent.
It's not internally coherent.
That's not internally coherent. Exactly. You can't say there is no methodological standard and then come up with a fucking standard. Even if you don't agree with it. It doesn't, and that didn't make, you're not agreeing with it, didn't make it valid.
Right. Yeah.
You're trying, to me, you're just trying to, if what he does is only for critical thinking experiments, that's great. If what he actually does tries to make it is we can no longer trust science, holy fuck no.
Right. Yeah.
What the fuck? Like I said, anarcho-nihilism. The anarcho part's okay. It's the nihilism part that I have a problem with.
Yeah, and I find this a lot with people like who are kind of anti-science. Like they don't recognize that science as we know it now has given us a variety of things that we know are true and tools to develop, ourselves and to learn more about the world. And
great stuff.
Good stuff. Very good stuff.
Very good stuff. Why are we fighting? This is good. Why would we fight this? This is good stuff. This is not bad. This is good stuff. But once again, how do we judge good if we don't understand we need to use axiology? Right. That is literally how you methodologically come to what is good. Yeah. So that's why I said this in a sense leads to morality. That's why that one guy tried to tell me that the atheist, who was more famous, than me at the time, probably maybe even now, but he told me that Damien, axiology is too complicated. Just tell people it's morality. And I go, but if I tell people it's morality, then they're going to miss the whole point of axiology, because it's not just limited to, it's when you say a truth claim, that's axiology. It's a conclusion. When you say something is evidence, that's axiology, because you've made a conclusion that it is that evidence is not something you find on the ground. Evidence is a rational assumption that something relates to something else in a meaningful way. That is what you equal evidence. It's a claim. It is not a. Yeah. So, just trying to help you understand that axiology.
And just people in general, like many in the atheist community and many in the anarchist community, will reject the claim of, like, when you start to discuss morals or morality, because they view it as an imposition from either a religious or societal standard onto them. They believe it.
And here, going back like nihilism. Yes, they are. Yes, it's bullshit. You're right. Yeah. But that doesn't mean there's no morality. It just means that you're correct. Exactly. Their morality is bullshit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly.
Which we will do it not super soon, but we will, because I'm going to go back to China. Maybe after that we'll deal with morality. But I really want to explain that too. But because you do, it's helpful to grasp this stuff, especially like I said, when you realize that I can foundationalize all my stuff I say.
Yeah.
And I come to these good conclusions. I mean, it's productive. But that's why I said people don't understand axiology, but you don't need to understand the word. You do need to understand how to do it.
Yeah.
Just like I said, ontology. I don't care about if you want to, you can go read about what ontology means, but just use it the way I say, effective as hell. You don't need to know nothing else. You don't need to read no books. Just grasp. It is the thingness of things. Every time something is offered to you, you need to ask in your head the ontology question, which is never changing. What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Never changing. You don't need to. It doesn't need to be more complicated. Never. You can simple as fuck ever. Oh, I believe in anarchism. Wonderful. What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Well,
what do you mean by that?
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I'm saying, but 100%. Then the next thing is the epistemology. This just makes just logical sense and super easy. You don't have to read tons. You don't need no books on logic to do Damien stuff. All you gotta do is just do what I say. Everything that deals with epistemology, not that it can't do more stuff, but just think about it as a simple thing. How do you know that?
Yeah.
Which is the question after someone defines what something is. This is a chair. Next question, okay, that's a chair to you. And how do you know that?
Yeah.
And when they say, well, I sat on a rock once, and you go, okay, that's not valuable. Axiologically, that's not a chair.
It has the characteristics that I attribute to a chair. Right.
If you put a chair down in the ocean and the fish swim around it, it's not a chair. The concept is being utilized wrongly. If they're just swimming through the legs or whatever, it's not
being used as a chair. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. See, but is it still a chair? It is.
It's physically a chair.
And made it into a thing that does have a purpose and a use.
Yeah.
And so like this axiology, they have this thing where it says, like, what's good? And it says good is the thing that in a sense is the quality of a set of things. Like if I say I am a good thief, that means I'm good at stealing.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean I'm good at morality.
Right.
Doesn't mean I could be not. It depends. But I'm just saying those are two separate things. So when you identify things, to me, often people are like globalized and try to do everything at once. Well, yeah, you can't do that very well.
Yeah. Everything's got to be like specific, basically.
Right. Be specific. But like I said, once you understand values, then you can have a core thing that everything shoots off of.
Yeah.
If everyone owns themselves, then that means I can't make them slave. That means that coercion is wrong.
Yeah.
That means they can get an abortion. That means they can do sex work. That means they can do drugs if they want. That means that they can kill themselves if they want. They can augment their body if they want, cut off limbs, whatever. I mean, I don't agree, but it means they can have sex with their family or fucking whatever they want to do as an adult too. They're a consenting adult.
Yeah.
That definitely is Damien's big one. It has to be consenting.
Yeah.
And this other thing too, speaking of real quick. Everyone can always deny consent at any time, including if they've already just given you consent. They can say, you know what? Change my mind. Fuck no.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yep. 100%. You don't get to continue doing the thing if consent has been removed.
Right. So so people need to understand that. It's not something that like is a universal. Like once you get married, forever you can just do whatever you want because you own that person. What the fuck?
Nope.
No. But I'm just saying it's like that. Once you grasp one thing, it relates to multiple things.
Yeah,
that's why to me it's important to grasp axiology because, like I told you, you can do stuff faster because you're not looking at all this whole bunch of stuff. I don't have to learn everything about anarchism. I got its values, and then I almost sound like I understand it better than other people. And I didn't read it all only because I got its values. Once I got its values, I'm like, fuck, the values are clear. Anarchism is clearer about its values than even communism, I feel.
Yeah.
It's super fucking clear.
Yeah.
So, because I'm saying that's why communism could be all kinds. Authoritarian, maybe not. Maybe all these different kinds. Yeah, you need authoritarian anarchism, though. No, you can't.
No, that's right.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So anarchism is even more, in a sense, strict that no, you can't be an anarcho-capitalist. You just can't. You can say the words, but it's not an actual anarchist thinking.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess because we can't stop you from doing it. We're not going to pull the gun to your
I
head
wish
and
we
say,
could. Just real quick, please stop calling yourself an anarcho-capitalist.
yes,
For me,
please.
stop calling yourself anarcho anything. Just call yourself a MAGA or extreme or right-wing capitalist. Just call yourself what you are.
That's right, a free market capitalist.
Yeah,
that's your ideology. So just enjoy it. Just claim it.
Exactly. Don't fucking fuck up us and start
Why
using
you gotta
our
fucking
words.
appropriate our word?
Yeah, no. And anyways, what you're doing is wrong. You're supporting coercion and you're supporting hierarchy.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Literally, that you can't. Like I said about Murat, that's
false.
what I was saying about all these things. When you understand like what something has to be, once you grasp the value, it can't change.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I feel like once you grasp that, it makes it so easy to navigate things because then you already have a. Anyways, let's keep going to things. So proof.
All right. So proof in such an agreement is a sufficient amount of warrant. Moore's proof of an external world responding to external world skepticism.
Right, that's an article that people can click on, and then we give a little tiny bit of sort of like what this stuff means. But that explains all of it. We're not doing that.
Okay.
So, but people can go look at that, whatever. So they can go to read what the Moore's stuff.
Okay. So most people who first encounter Moore's proof typically think that it's a total failure. As we've seen, it's not clear why or even whether it is a failure. External world skepticism is the view that we cannot know anything about the external world. We can't know that we have hands, that there are other people, or in general, know that anything external to our minds exists. Such skeptics commonly argue that we can't refute skeptical hypotheses, such that everything is a projection of our own minds. And since we can't do that, we can't know that we have hands, or much else. British philosopher G.E. Moore infamously purported to refute external world skepticism with what's known as Moore's proof. He held out his hands during a lecture and said, "Here is one hand and here is another," claiming to prove that there is an external world on that basis. While philosophers tend not to think that Moore's proof refutes skepticism, it's hard to explain why.
Right, it's hard to explain why, because skepticism never was valid to begin with. It is simply a question, not a proof of the alternative.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Or at least that's how I see it. How about that?
You don't have to refute external world skepticism.
No. They've never proved that it's even reasonable.
It's not even reasonable.
It isn't. And I explain why. 5 quick ways. I could go into more.
Yeah, that's right.
I explains a couple ways why it just isn't and can't be. And we can use the real world to, in a sense, things to assess, is it real?
Yeah.
And then it can't be anything else. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Anyway, so then proof and logic. So because he talked about proof. Because see, they have this like weird view of truth and science and weird view of proof. And
right.
I know they're trying, because see, the problem is they're trying to not have be attacked in a sense from either religious or philosophers, because both of them, religious people attack them and philosophers attack them and go, fucking scientists don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Well, they should just stick to science and quit talking about what they think the why is, because they don't understand philosophy. So some of them think they do, and they suck. Most of them really suck. In fact, Richard Dawkins is fucking terrible. People think he's a philosopher. I'm like, oh my God.
He's awful.
First off, he hates philosophy, and he sucks. So yeah.
Lots of scientists really suck.
I'm not saying his science is in back here. Just like I said, the archaeologist that said that stuff. I'm not saying he's not a good archaeologist. I'm just saying he tries to pull out skepticism and then makes these claims that a rationalist, to me, can't even stand. I mean, and they aren't even justified. I could easily poke holes in what he's saying. Like, dude, come on.
Yeah. So we got proof in logic is an argument that establishes the validity of a proposition. Although proofs may be based on inductive logic, in general, the term proof connotes a rigorous deduction.
Right. And what's deduction, right? If it's not involving fucking reason. Like, it's like that guy saying reason isn't important. Reason literally is the fucking most important. What the fuck? That's how we get to all the other stuff, to me. But so deduction, the act of deducting or substantiating something, the inference or particular instance to referred by or a general law or principle. It's like, how are you thinking? deductive reasoning, deduction, making an inference based on widely accepted facts or premises. That's deductive reasoning. I do it a lot. We did it a lot so far, even since we've been talking.
Yeah, that's right.
See, so specifically inference in which the conclusion about particulars follows necessarily from the generals or universal premises. Anyways.
Okay.
We'll keep going because now we'll go to the next picture. Like I said, I'm trying to go through, get as much done as, and explain it like hopefully as best as I can.
So we've got a picture. It says the most base presupposition begins in reason, as thinking alone may not be reasonable. In a general way, all reality, in a philosophic sense, is an emergent property of reason, and knowing how reason accrues does not remove its warrant. Feelings are experienced.
I feel the most important thing to say, because they act like the fact that I can break it down and stuff somehow means it's not valid. What? The fact that I can break it down means it is valid.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Feelings are experienced, then perceived, leading to thinking. Right thinking is reason. Right reason is logic. Right logic is mathematics. Right mathematics is physics, and from there, all science. So to me, could be termed right thinking, that is referring to a kind of methodological thinking. Reason is at the base of everything, and it builds up from pragmatic approaches. And to me, there are three main approaches to truth. Ontology of truth, from this very subjective, pragmatic theory of truth, to subjective coherence of truth, coherence theory of truth, then onto objective correspondence theory of truth. But remember that this process is as limited as it can be. Process as limited as it can be is the best we have to build on one truth on top of another, like blocks to build a wall of truth.
Right. And then you see me hitting the hammer. That's just to show people that the stages that we go through to get to science. Why science is valid. It doesn't just start out of nowhere.
Right. Yeah. Science isn't the bottom.
Right. Science is not where we fucking get. But I'm trying to like show that so you can to make it simple. Like, do you grasp like things build? It's like I said about axiology and like my atheism. I start in apatheism. Once you ask me a question, like, what do I think of God? Well, I don't think anything is nonsense. Well, do you believe it? The next thing, no, I do not. Right. Is God good in the world? No, it is not. I'm antitheist. How about religions? Yeah, they're shit too. So I'm an anti-religionist. But that doesn't stop there. Then it goes, okay, the world is shit and filled with religious people. How should I act? Secularism.
Yeah.
Because now you ask me once again a moral question. How should I act? Well, I should act fucking like everyone is equal. And everyone has rights and rights to their own mind. Then it goes even further. Okay, now that I'm secularist, how should I then behave ethically in the world? Oh, I should be a humanist. So axiology goes to that. But it follows all of these things for different reasons.
Right.
That's what axiology atheism means. It means apatheism. It means ignosticism. It means atheism. It means anti-theism. Guaranteed. I add anti-religionism because that just seems like a logical thing. But if you look it up, it at least goes to anti-theism. There is no axiological atheism that's not anti-theism. That then you're not doing axiological atheism correctly.
Yeah. Because
that is the end result. Because the end result is the concept of God beneficial or harmful. We'd say, well, it's actually both. If we take an honest assessment, there's people that get inspired and become good people because of religion, and there's people that are good people that become inspired to fucking become monsters because of fucking religion.
Yeah.
So it's a toxic substance. The fact that some people can use it safely does not remove it's a toxic fucking substance. And thus, as an anti-theist, I'm against toxic substances.
Yeah.
It would be more prone to not change and not believe reality if it can keep its nonsense than to believe the facts of science. Why it's constantly attacking science. So how the fuck could I support something that attacks fucking truth? Like, what the fuck? Yeah. Yeah. Anyways. So just trying to show how it all relates. Like
for sure.
Because this is important from my kind of atheism. Because people are like, Damien, atheist doesn't involve humanism or feminism or whatever, gay rights, black rights, whatever, Oh, but mine does. That's actually a feature of it.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, you want me to explain it to you? Oh, no, it's not logical. Oh, the whole thing is logical. It's fucking axiology. What are you talking about? It demands that everything is justified.
Yeah.
The fuck? Anyway, sorry. But I'm just saying that, and you get what I'm trying to say. one thing built, just like science, one thing builds on another methodologically. So that guy that would say anarchism, that nothing is built on top of it. What? No. No. Oh,
Yeah, like I don't even care if people are atheists and don't do better in the world because of it. I mean, I want them to, but if they want to live their lives separate from that, then that's fine. But I sure as fuck won't rest at that. Like, that's not good enough for me. So,
right. And I'm just saying, you can't say that it's not part of axiological atheism. You can say it's not part of atheism.
Yeah.
But you cannot say it's not part of. That's why they hate it, because they don't want social justice. And they try to say that social justice, like the woke atheism, yeah, but there is no non-woke axiological atheism. There's no such thing.
Yeah.
It's like, you get what I'm trying to say. Literally, it has to involve humanity. It has. That's part. Like, well, it has. What about being atheist? Oh, it's very atheist.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
in
that's
fact,
right.
Christian philosophers consider it to be the most offensive atheism, actually, because we morally judge God as evil.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So they consider that what's atheists just say they don't believe God. I say, oh, God shouldn't be believed, and is also a moral monster, even if not real, and would be a moral terror if real.
Yeah.
There's no side of it that I'm good on.
Yeah.
Hear about this. I think it is disgusting, the concept that a God would want my servitude rather than my emancipation, rather than my freedom, rather than my self-mastery. Really? If your friend wants to put you in slavery, does that sound like a friend?
That's not a friend.
Right, you get what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yep.
But that's of course. But I said, I'm just explaining though. So people that don't get, like, they can never attack me for humanism as an anarchist, right? But they also can't attack me as an atheist either, because I always tell people, "Oh, you got it wrong. I didn't just say I was an atheist. I'm an axiological atheist." So then, yes, I can absolutely do that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, it's not an add-on that you, because you're also a social justice warrior, that your atheism is like that. If you're an axiological atheist, it is that way, whether you call yourself a social justice warrior or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's part of the deal. You have to, just like I said, being an anti-theist, you can't be not anti-theist, because the conclusion is that God is harmful. The concept has, first off, like I said, demands your fucking servitude, demands you not think, not reason, not study, not whatever, not accept facts that contradict it or whatever. It literally is a mind control device. I always tell people, to me, it's like the master speaking out of your mouth. There was a time when there wasn't gods, right? So that's what people have got to be reminded about, because they don't know that. But we have lots of videos about that.
Yeah, that's right.
Cory's like, oh God, no, not that again. Yeah, no, I think it's pretty good. We've learned some stuff. But anyways, so the concept of these gods, right, at the minimal, are that something that's more important than us, right? That's hierarchy. Does that work for me as an anarchist? Fuck no. That's why I don't personally get how anyone could be religious and anarchist. But if you can do it, hey, if you can be positive, that's really what matters to me. Because the good person is really what matters to me. Not if you believe there's a fucking fantasy, sky daddy out there fucking working for stuff, or not, or whatever, or
right, or whatever,
whatever. But I'm saying how you treat other people. That's like I said too. I don't mind being in a sense associated with the atheist movement, as long as you remember that I am not an atheist like them. I am not a new atheist, and I'm not like them. I'm an axiological atheist. And if you fucking say anything else, then don't put me in that.
Yeah, that's right.
Because fuck that shit. And especially if it's all this right wing or anti woke, but that violates my fucking atheism. My axiological atheism is offended by that.
Yeah.
So I don't have to go to my anarchisms. I think everything's my political. I don't have to go to anarchism. My fucking atheism is against anti-humanism. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
fuck that. I don't even have to go to my anarchism. My anarchism is just a nice accompaniment, because it also agrees with what axiology agrees.
Right.
Yeah. No gods, no masters. Pretty fucking simple. I should have fucking freedom.
Yeah. That's right.
If there was a God, shouldn't it want the best? Just think of how horrid the Christian God is. There's all horrid, but I'm just focusing on, because I was a Christian. That there's a God that cannot forgive without human torture. Literally. Why would you
Yeah.
want that done? Worse, that God, supposedly the stories, the book is right, is a person that wasn't even justified to be hurt, supposedly, right? Innocent, which is another violation. So you wanted an supposedly innocent person to torture so that you can forgive. That is
Yeah.
a sick fucking person. Imagine someone did that in real life. Won't fucking forgive without torture. You know what? People ask, how do I think I'm better than God? I don't torture people that are wrong. I don't torture people that disagree with me. I don't torture people that call me names. So, I mean, I don't torture people. Ha! I don't do coercion. I'm an anarchist. We don't do coercion. Nope.
Go figure.
No, I don't support that. I would say unjustified coercion, but the only thing to be justified coercion would be self-defense, another defense.
Right.
So for me, I'm talking about force or whatever. I'm not saying that if someone's molesting children, I think we should remove that person from children.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyways, what I'm just saying, so that's not, I don't feel that's unjustified coercion. You are fucking harming people.
Yeah.
And especially children. Children to me are worse than harming an adult. I'm not saying adults shouldn't harm adults, but when you harm a child, I understand the psychological, and going back to axiology, the systemic, through time, how bad it is what you just did.
Yeah.
What you just did is going to fuck up 30, 40, 50, 60 years of their fucking life. What the fuck? That weight, moral guilt of that is huge.
Yeah.
It's like bombing things and killing fucking children, and then all the people that see it get terrorized, and then they get hurt too. It's fucking disgusting. War is fucking terrible.
Yeah.
It's a show that we have fucking failed.
Yep.
Anyways, but that's just me.
No, 100%.
You know me, Cory. I fucking that's why I think it's funny when people have told me, Damien, as I said, man, I always wonder why am I not more fucking popular? I say really good shit. And I have tons of facts, everything, and now I'm not more popular. What the fucking shit? I don't understand this. Not because I feel like I need to be like famous or something, but why am I not more popular? I mean, Bosch, the dude has like, what is it, 1 million or something people?
I know, right?
I didn't even listen to his videos. I just seen a couple comments from his videos. I'm already done. What the fuck?
No, I'm not interested.
About horse dicks and fucking all kinds of dumb shit and calling in anarcho-Bidenism or something like that. Like,
yeah, nonsense.
How is this guy have any fucking followers? What the fuck? To me, I'm just saying, when I'm saying, just like I explained philosophy, I've explained morality, I've explained anarchism, I explained science, I explained history. What part did you not agree with? You liked it all, right? So, I mean, I'm just saying.
Yep.
I just don't get it. But anyways,
no, I don't know.
It doesn't matter. People will do what they do. I don't force anything, whatever.
Yep.
But I just think it's odd since I have such good stuff. And you too. Like, I don't understand why you're not more popular. I mean, no, I'm just saying. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, I've listened to some people and I'm like, I can't listen to them. It's just, it's like one fallacy or one stupid fucking thinking after another. It's like, holy shit. And then I hear your stuff is pretty good. And even like when we were you and me talk on a reasonable level, you're smart. Like, I just don't get it, man. But
yeah, I don't pretend to know what makes people popular or not. Like I mentioned, It Had to Be Said YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Good stuff, like thoughtful, intelligent, good stuff. And I don't know why he doesn't have 1 million subscribers. Like, I can't figure it out.
Yeah,
I cannot figure it out.
Yeah, I'm just saying that a lot of these people, it wouldn't bother me if Bosch was a quality person.
Right.
Everything like this that we're doing, you and me or something. I would be great.
Yeah.
But I like, what the fuck? And then there's the other one, the Keffels or something. I don't know.
Keffels, yeah. Who actually is like actual trash, like just a bad person. Like,
yeah, I don't know much about either of those people really. But just what barely little I even see, it's like, oh, it doesn't look good. It doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah. When she was being harassed by right wingers, I was kind of on the fence. I wasn't sure. I hadn't watched her stuff. I just knew that she was being harassed by right wingers and doxxed and was going through some shit. And then I watched some clips while I was watching one of the other people I like, and she was being racist. She was trying to like drum up like a group of people to pretend to be black people in black communities so that they could undermine whatever they were doing. And you
Wow,
go,
that's fucked
Jesus
up.
Christ, like you're actually a bad person. Like I can't
Oh fuck
support
yeah!
you.
Well, like I said, I don't really know. That's why I was told you too. Even like the atheist movement, you probably know stuff I don't. I can only give you my perspective.
Up to a point, I probably know.
Well, no, but I'm
Because I
saying,
left like a few years
but
ago. So.
I wasn't. I'm a loner.
Yeah,
I don't really hang out in the anarchist community either, right? I don't
yeah,
hang out in the socialist community, really. I don't really hang out in any community, really. I just do my own fucking thing, and I've always done my own fucking thing because it's just who I am.
yeah.
I don't wait for someone to give me permission. I just start fucking doing it and not giving a fuck.
Yeah, I've always been on the look. Like I've always been on a quest almost for a good community.
Mm,
And so I'll find myself with some people for a while,
yeah.
and then something will happen and they'll start acting like shitheads. And I'll be like, okay, so this isn't actually my community then. I have to go somewhere else.
Well, and I do appreciate, speaking of that, I do really, I've told you many times, I do really appreciate you, Cory. It is absolutely wonderful. I have no one in my life that I can talk to like you and that we're on the same level. I can talk to philosophy with my wife, but she doesn't like it. She finds it like tedious and boring. Like, who gives a fuck? Yes, rowdy's real. Move on. And I'm like, yeah, but they don't. And we have to help them so they can understand why they need to move on.
But I can't move on.
So to help, because I know once they kind of break it down, oh, I've seen this. I believe in the power of reason. I've seen it. I've seen people that don't agree. It may take a long time sometimes, but
Yeah.
the power of reason. If you just don't get angry, if you just patient, if you just keep, like I said, ontology, epistemology, axiology, but you also be thoughtful and offer ideas to try to motivate.
Yeah.
But I told you in general, what is your thing? I'm a teacher. That's my goal. It's not to be a bully, it's not to be better or whatever. It's just really to help. Yeah. I see people that fucking struggling. Hell, they don't even know if reality's real. What the fuck? They need my help.
I used to like on YouTube, I used to label my videos as politics or news or current events or society. But now the last while I've always been marking them as education because I feel like that's what we're doing. Like you and I are doing that. That's what I'm doing.
Absolutely.
It's for education.
Absolutely. Like I told you, even saying that when I, say I admit I'm wrong in public, I'm doing education. This is a good behavior. This is a good behavior in general. It's good to ego deflation because egos is not a good thing. It's toxic.
Right. Yeah.
But anyway, so we're going to finish a little bit quick, but let's go ahead and read about facts. I want to get back to the thing. So let's read about proving a negative, because this is something that I think everybody has a problem with in the skeptic.
Yes.
Or at least seems like too many people. Let's put it that way. I don't know everybody.
All right. So proving a negative or negative proof or disproof. A negative claim is the opposite of an affirmative or positive claim. It asserts the non-existence or exclusion of something. A negative claim may or may not exist as a counterpoint to a previous claim. The concept
when they say negative claims that are always fallacies, that's bullshit. They can be fallacy.
They can be
fallacies.
Yeah.
But they're not, like, inherently by themselves.
That's right. You have to judge them based on the claim itself. You can't.
You have to axiologically judge. I know it's hard to you have to put the effort in, but yeah, you have to actually judge things.
Yeah. Yeah. The concept of evidence is crucial to epistemology and the philosophy of science. In epistemology, evidence is often taken to be relevant to justified belief, where the latter, in turn, is typically thought to be necessary for knowledge. So then we've got facts from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
This is just to show you to people that I'm not wrong, but go ahead. Yeah.
Facts may explain actions and mental states, and the view that facts are what we know. Facts are also invoked in the philosophy of mind by philosophers who claim that judgments or beliefs enjoy the property of intentionality, of being directed towards something, because they represent a state of affairs or are psychological relations to states of affairs, and that judgments and beliefs are correct or satisfied only if states of affairs obtain, that is, if facts exist.
See? So science can make no claims if they supposedly don't have facts. And if they have facts, then those facts have to be true, and thus that they're true. And then once they're true, they're also, if it's a fact, the fact is something that's confirmed, thus it's also proven.
Yeah.
But you can't have a non-proven fact. Like that's why I feel like that's what I mean by owning what you're selling and turning it back.
Right.
Does this sound weird? So you say, I have facts, but I don't have truth or proof. And I say, so you have non-truth facts and non-proof supported facts. And you think it's a fact?
And you think it's a fact.
Like, why? You see him saying that you just undermined its ability to be that thing. That's what they're saying there for the philosophy. You can't do that. It's once again, which part of the in a sense 3 things of truth is it?
Right. It's internally incoherent.
See? See? Now you're getting. Let's see. Now you get it's easy once you understand the value.
Yeah.
It's internally consistent. Done. If it's externally inconsistent, then it doesn't violate the correspondence theory of truth.
Right.
And then you see what I'm saying? And then if you're setting up a standard like we should think this way, everyone should use right reason. Well, that is pragmatic.
Yeah.
Because reason is a proven thing, not a faith in it, a proven thing that when you use it, it fucking works better than non-reason.
Yeah.
It does.
Yep. So now we have evolution, fact and theory.
Right.
The National Center for Science Education. Scientific understanding requires both facts and theories that can explain those facts in a coherent manner. Evolution in this context is both a fact and a theory. It is an incontrovertible fact that organisms have changed or evolved during the history of life on Earth.
See, now that violates, right? That's what you don't think that's true. That violates that one archaeologist love of skepticism, where he says you can't have proof, you can't have truth.
Yeah.
Science doesn't only disproves things, never proves it. Yeah, that's wrong. Thank you for fucking sharing, but that's wrong. I appreciate your archaeology, but philosophy is something that you obviously need to read more of. Like, check out my blog.
There you go. Yeah. No, I mean, okay, this is kind of what we're talking about. We've already explained it multiple times, but it makes me a little, I don't know, frustrated when people talk about like that. We don't have facts.
And they say that shit. Believe me.
The list of things that we have as facts is quite long, actually.
It's extensive. It's so extensive that it can't be accidental. It's way too extensive. I go back to the real world shit. So anyways, the definitions of fact, this theories and scientific laws and scientific work. Go ahead and read that too.
The National Center for Science and Science Education.
That?
No, it's also the National Center for Science Education.
Yeah. I forgot. I put this together. Like I told you, I kind of just know what I want. I just go grab real quick because I don't have to get the whole thing because I'm just basically supporting in a sense the justification, right? Because I'm an axiologist. I always try to. That's why most of my things are going to make sense to people because I require them to.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
Like, wow, that really makes sense. Well, yeah, because that's how I think. As an axiologist, see, if someone says they're an axiologist and they don't do justification, they're not an axiologist. They're
right.
They're fucking liars. What?
Yeah.
What the literally, you're about value judging and you don't know how to get to the value judging. No, then you're just lying.
Then you're just not doing the thing you say you're doing.
What?
Yeah. So it says, in science, an observation that has been repeatedly confirmed and for all practical purposes is accepted as true. Truth in science, however, is never final, and what is accepted as a fact may be modified or even discarded tomorrow.
Right. But that goes back to, like I said, that's methodological skepticism that I care about, which is one sentence. Everything is always open to critique or challenge or change upon valid and reliable reason and evidence. That's my own little statement. But that explains my skepticism right there. Everything.
Which isn't, like, to use an example of the flat earth, right? Like, that isn't to say that we will not discover any kind of evidence that is going to prove the earth is flat rather than an obloid spheroid. It's so well founded. We're not going to find an objective fact that says evolution didn't happen. This is so well founded.
Exactly. But all I'm trying to say is, so then his statement cannot be accurate.
Right.
Not fully. To say we should be careful with science, that's true. To say we shouldn't take everything on face value, that's good.
Sure.
To say we should investigate and always have an open mind and willing to change, yes. And to assume that just because you're a scholarly person doesn't mean every idea you have is accurate.
Yeah.
All those are great.
Yeah.
To say we don't have any truth, yeah, no.
That's not anything. Yeah.
Survey says that is false. But anyway, so fact, let's go back to facts so we can go hear more about facts, because as you said, which I've had a lot of experience, people try to deny facts. Like, oh my God, seriously?
This sentence, so this sentence contains words accurately describes a linguistic fact, and the sun is a star accurately describes an astronomical fact.
See?
Further, Abraham Lincoln was the 16th president of the United States, and Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. Both accurately describe historical facts.
So what I'm trying to get you is there's different kinds of, you get what I'm saying, though? There's different science facts, historical facts. There's a lot of different kinds of facts. Yeah. So when there's no facts, actually, not only is there facts, there's lots of kinds of facts.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what I'm trying to say. Not only are there goddamn facts, there's lots of kinds of them.
Yeah, for sure. In philosophy, the concept fact is considered the branch of philosophy concerned with knowledge called epistemology and ontology, which studies concepts such as existence, being, becoming, and reality. Questions of objectivity and truth are closely associated with questions of fact. A fact can be defined as something that is the case, in other words, a state of affairs. It is scientifically true that a stone tool is actually made of stone. Would it not be scientifically true that it is a substance, that its substance is a kind of stone? I would say yes, these very basic things are interchangeable or unchangeable, right?
That's right.
A stone tool.
Going back to the epistemological anarchism, yes, we can methodologically figure shit out.
Yeah.
So your statement that we can't is not valid.
Right. Yeah.
Go ahead. At least not to me as a rationalist, put it that way.
No, that's right.
I keep always saying that to me. Because I don't have Descartes or anybody else or Socrates or Plato or nobody. I just have Damien, but Damien tries to demand that everything follows reason.
Well, not for nothing, but Nietzsche didn't have, he just had Nietzsche. Descartes just had Descartes. Socrates just had Socrates. Like,
right.
Yeah.
Right. That's why I told you I'm a natural philosopher, though, which I know is harder for some people because most people are not.
That's not to say that
nothing, and yet I understand tons of shit.
There's not to say that those people also weren't influenced by a variety of sources.
And just like I try to admit, even though I do most of the stuff myself, it's not like I don't pick out diamonds out of the ground.
Yeah.
Wherever I find them. Obviously, you can tell I make it sensible. It has to be sensible to me. Yeah. But I just do you see how ridiculous this is when people try to attack me that I'm someone that I'm not doing something good? Like,
right.
Seriously? You've not read my blog.
Yeah, especially the whole reality thing. Like, this is, come on.
And I explained it quite well, but like, keep going. There's more.
Okay. A stone tool scientifically proven to be flint will always be.
That's right.
Has not science and experimental archaeology conclusively determined / proven true many stone tools have been knapped? The shaping of flint, chert, obsidian, and other fracturing stone through the process of lithic reduction to manufacture stone tools. What would it take to prove all that thinking was wrong?
Yeah, it would be impossible. As much as like evolution, they literally know. Yeah, and they can show how many hits it took even to break a stone tool. They can I don't know how exactly, but scientifically put it back together in a sense. And they can see, they did this and then this and then this and then this and then this. And they can tell it's man-made. It's literally they can tell how many hits it did, like 8 hits or something or whatever. They literally know what they did.
Yeah,
they can reproduce it also, which is also like experimental archaeology. Why it's good to understand that.
Yeah,
but go ahead and keep reading.
I say it is an unchangeable truth, and its truth status would only be in jeopardy upon lots of extraordinary proof. Otherwise, because the standard claim of stone tools has been knapped with all the facts, known, and evidence in its support, making its claim non-extraordinary.
Right, and that's the point that people don't grasp. Like Graham Hancock, he makes extraordinary claims that have no fucking substantiation. I still need you to watch that at least one video. of his. He's got that whole series. He's watching the whole thing if you want, because it will help you grasp when we talk about it. Because like I told you, I already know his bullshit. I got a blog on it. We'll talk about that a little bit. But I really want, even if John Hoops wants to join us, it's fine. But I really want to hear about you, not really me or him. In a sense, you see what I'm saying? Because I want to hear, what is a non-philosopher in a sense? Because you're not like me, a natural philosopher. I start thinking, or I see things. I can't help it.
Right.
I'm already processing. So I already know, oh my God, it's wrong. And then I have history. Oh my God, it's wrong. You know, and then I understand science too. Oh, it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, he doesn't, to me, Graham Hancock is shit philosophy. He's shit on science. He's shit on fucking philosophy, science, archaeology. Yeah, so his story stuff. Almost everything he fucking says is just like, what the fuck? Shit all over the place. It's like he takes a picture almost of it and then smears all kinds of shit on it and goes, see, look what they did. You know, you doing that. Anyways, but like I said, so I do want to get your perspective, because that's what I want to hear, because I want to help people grasp. Like, look, Cory can watch it, and even he can see, like you said, critical thinking. Or not some of the things he's saying. It's just like one of the things he does. He talks about how the science is out to get him, how the archaeologists are out to get him, how when he says stuff that that they're challenging him. Okay, I know archaeologists. Right? Yeah, you've even had him on the show.
Yep.
I talked to him personally, privately in chats. They read all my stuff. I'm the last person anyone would ever say doesn't explain how he thinks. There's nothing that I don't fully explain. Someone's even talking about today or yesterday, about how I put on my profile who I'm attracted to sexually. Isn't that weird how I explained it? And I go, I explained all my stuff. So how is that? It's not. Now, it would be weird maybe if it's the only fact I said. If I said this is my sexuality, and that's the only fact I said, maybe it could be considered maybe weird. But when I explain everything about me, like my gender, even that how I think and feel is not the same as I present myself, I'm explaining a lot of things, really.
Yeah.
So no, it's not.
It's not weird.
It's not weird. I'm explaining. Like I said. So, anyways, but that's fine. I don't care. But it wasn't an argument. I'm just saying that explain stuff. So let's go to the next thing. So next picture.
Okay. The next picture.
Good.
Reason is a revolutionary process that requires a change in thinking by its user to work well. A change from what is preferred to what is reasoned, even if not desired.
Yeah, that's the big one right there. And why I think that it should help. So then go to read the next thing now. It says, May reason and evidence guide you. I strive to let evidence and reason guide me. Thus, if the status of evidence for or against any claim, I would take it into consideration. And if soundly warranted, I would amend beliefs to change to this changed status. Even a believed reasoned speculation could be wrong, in error in some way, needed some reworking or complete relinquishment as a belief. I hear some people say DNA science is too new, so its interpretations will come clearer in 5 to 10 years. I think, so would you be against solving crimes with DNA? Or are you against letting convicts free currently, so its interpretations will come clearer in 5 to 10 years? Right? You get what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, we should be letting those people out.
Well, what I'm trying to say is once again, like what atheists try to explain to believers sometimes, or even anarchists explain to people, that your beliefs have consequences.
Yeah.
Right? Just like I said, so it's not good if you think the world is fake, because you might act like a nihilist, because who the fuck the world's fake? It gets fucked.
Right.
Morality's fake, because the people's morality I see is all fake, which I agree with you. Their morality is fake. It's fucking pseudo-morality, and we'll explain it in one of these videos. But that doesn't mean morality itself is fucking like hopeless.
Right.
Yeah. And here's the other thing too I don't get. Let's assume it is. Maybe we can invent everything, right? And what's wrong with that? We invented a fucking phone, didn't we? We invented a computer we're working through. What the fuck is far with invented things if it's not, unless it's fucking harmful?
Right. Yeah.
You get my point?
For sure.
And that's what I'm trying to say is that all these things have consequences. Why it's so important? Why do I fucking harp on things? It's not because I'm trying to be a dickhead. It's because prove I'm right or whatever. I'm
Right.
trying to help people because these things have consequences. You changes your behavior.
Yep.
Once you change your values, you change your life. Like with me, when I went from a Christian valuing God as the concept as meaning something, and then all of a sudden I turn to an atheist and the concept means nothing.
Yeah.
That's a big fucking change. Then that, of course, morality at before was built off of God. Now morality is not. So that changes everything.
Yeah. So you have to build a new morality based on something else.
That's correct, which is what I did.
Yeah. Well, I think of it too because I was a conservative for a while, and like I argued against climate change, and I believed that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I was like so anti the environmental movement that I was like, every time I saw somebody on TV talking about the environment, it made me want to burn tires in my backyard just to spite them. But
fucking serious.
That's the kind of person I was. But when I learned how wrong I was about climate change, and I learned more about science, and I learned more about like critical thinking, and I learned more about like all of these things changed who I was as I learned them, and changed my behaviors and my values, and
also.
you know.
Right, but that's wisdom. So learning stuff is one thing. Applying it is wisdom. A lot of people learn stuff like this video.
That's true.
Someone's going to watch it. Are they going to come to the same conclusions? Well, if they don't, then they're not using reason.
Yeah.
So I mean that's the whole goal is, and I agree with morality. So let's read Reason Be Your Guide. May reason and evidence be guide you. Sorry.
May reason and evidence guide you. I strive to let evidence and reason guide me. Thus, if the status of I already did that one.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I hear some people say DNA, scientific reason. Oh no, here we are. Sorry. In the philosophy of perception and philosophy of mind, naive realism, also known as direct realism, perceptual realism, or common sense realism, is the idea that the senses provide us with the direct awareness of objects as they really are. Scientific realism is the view that the universe described by science is real, regardless of how it may be interpreted. Within the philosophy of science, this view is often an answer to the question, how is the success of science to be explained? The discussion on the success of science in this context centers primarily on the status of unobservable entities apparently talked about by scientific theories.
Maybe sometimes unobservable, by the way, what that could mean is quantum physics, or it could mean atoms,
or like dark matter.
My point is, it's kind of a loose definition.
Yeah.
In that sense, it's maybe a type of a concept rather than a specific one. I think probably.
Scientific realism involves two basic positions. First, it is a set of claims about the features of an ideal scientific theory. An ideal theory is the sort of theory science aims to produce. Second, it is the commitment that science will eventually produce theories very much like an ideal theory, and that science has done pretty well thus far in some domains. It is important to note that one might be a scientific realist regarding some sciences, while not being a realist regarding others.
Right, and that's all about how much, in a sense, justification or support it has. There's a lot more support for, say, quantum physics now that we understand it more. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep, for sure.
As opposed to 100 years ago or whatever, or atoms or whatever. Anyways, my point is, so it's not, but you see, they try to say scientism. That's people, oh, you're just a scientist. That's not. Listen to that. It's reasonable. Is it saying it?
Yeah.
No, it literally says it doesn't have to agree with that.
We should examine like scientism someday, because it is a phenomenon that you see within certain people who claim to be scientific realists.
Yes.
You know, so it's a blurry thing, but
yes. I told you, once we get through some of the history stuff, because I told you the reason the history stuff is also to explain religion and also to explain migrations. And remember, there's multiple things. I'm not explaining
lots.
I'm explaining how we're all really connected. I'm explaining how ideas go from Asia into the Americas. I'm explaining all the pyramids so people could stop thinking it's fucking aliens or it's some white people that fought the natives. Like, what? No. It's the indigenous people. I'm just explaining how it happened, why, when, where, who, what, all that in DNA and all that, and beliefs as much as I can explain them. But so there's a reason for all that. And like I said too, because I think there's a lot of bullshit about the Americas and fucked up bigotry. And so I want to explain how that, and then also, like I said, I'm trying to explain religion and how it relates. Because just like how I see, say, philosophy and how my atheism builds up, I see that's what religion did. Religion started in animism and then got totemism added. And then got shamanism added. And the totemism and the animism didn't go away. That just became part of what we call shamanism.
Yeah.
And then shamanism turns into paganism, but it didn't lose shamanism. It kept the shamanism, it kept the totemism, it kept the animism, but now and then it has paganism. And then it became organized religion, which is the pagan that's evolved into like having class and more hierarchy and all this other bullshit and laws and things and moral gods. It never had that before. Now it's got moral gods. Now it's got things, because not all paganism has moral gods. In fact, very few have moral gods because it's a newer concept. Now, there's one article tried to prove, and then some other people said you didn't have the evidence, so then they redacted.
Okay.
Because at first they said that they believe or it looked like that everything past 1 million people, you got moral gods. So it might be related to society trying to forcibly control or coerce people.
Large numbers of
people. Now, I think it still is semi-correct. It's just limiting to the number of 1 million and all that. I think that's kind of bullshit. But to say that, the better way to say it is that when society gets a certain amount of things in power, it desires to defend itself, and it uses religion to do it. And that's why I told you at a certain point, absolutely what atheists think that religion's about control is true, but that is not true for all religion. Nor is it true for all religions throughout time. In other words, to me, moral gods are 4,000 and down. There is no such thing before that.
Mm-hmm.
So in a sense, and certainly not past 5,000. Fuck no.
Right.
Because 5,000 in a sense were the states. So that in a sense, religion starts to justify the state. It's funny how the gods always seem to like kings and leaders and elites and shit.
Weird.
And have no give a fuck about slaves and lower people. Even the Bible, right? Doesn't give a fly a fuck about slavery.
Right.
We'll tell you that eating fucking shellfish is abominable to God. And mixing fabrics is that thing is a joke. So,
but we're over 4 hours.
Okay. Yeah, we can go ahead and stop. I think we've done a good job. There's more to read. Obviously, I explain a lot more stuff and break everything down and explain why science is good and explain why thinking. And I go into all kinds of other stuff in the. You can scroll down. You can see.
It's very long.
There's very a lot.
For sure.
Yeah. So I'm saying it's good. It's just like this stuff. It's explanatory, and I backed it up with references and stuff. So it's other good stuff. So, anyways, I really enjoyed this, and I think we certainly gave the good old college try to help people grasp the crazy notion that reality is real, facts are true, science tries to help find out what's going on in the world. Yeah, the good stuff.
Facts are real. The external world is real.
So, anyways, like I said, philosophy to the rescue. So, what after hearing all my ideas, because I know that I do philosophy, or I've told you, but it's not like I have gone through a deep philosophy talk with you.
Right. Well, I thought, like I say, like some of that stuff was really, I found it to be very, very straightforward, very easy to understand, and very helpful. Like I say, like your 5 reasons why these external the external myth, whatever.
Right, why that's not valid.
Yeah. Why that's not valid. That's very good stuff. Very clear, very easy to understand. I think if nothing else, people should be paying attention to that if they're, if they're on the fence on this kind of philosophical skepticism. There's also, I think what was it? There was that one section that I was like, this is good. This is very good.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
I'm trying to find it.
Well, and if you keep reading too, if we read the rest of the blog, it would be very good because
right.
But so now I think have a better handle on my philosophy stuff, right?
Right.
Because I've told you before I do philosophy, and I said a few things about philosophy, but I've never really, just made the whole video about philosophy with you.
Yeah.
And
your stuff on being a realist. That's the stuff that I really liked. I like that like a lot.
Well, thank you. And like I said, feel free to, use anything that you feel is valid for you. Like I'm not making these concepts so that they're my concepts. I'm making these concepts for people so they could empower themselves and utilize tools of philosophy in a way that is easier and more accurate.
Yeah.
You don't even have to go learn a bunch of stuff. It's like, how much can it be?
Yeah, that's right.
So, but I think that the most important thing, like I said, is that really it's open-mindedness. Like at the beginning, remember I said I see things like a child. I can learn from a child. I don't limit. If someone's an idiot, dumbest fucking idiot in the world, and I can still learn from them maybe.
Yeah.
When they may not even be what they think. I just go, wow, I need to be humble. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I need to remember that I'm wrong too. I need to ego bad. Yeah. I see me not liking it. So but I'm saying, so that's what I mean by learning. So my goal as I want people to inspire to reason, to want to be what is reasonable.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's a worthy calling, for people to try to do what's reasonable. I mean, how does it not? But that benefits your entire life being more reasonable. So, anyways, I really appreciate you, Cory, and we'll do more philosophy stuff. Like I said, I'm good at it. It's just there's so much other things I want to talk about.
True. Yeah, we got a long list of videos to do. So.
But also too, once we get through with a lot of the history stuff I want, it's not going to do history forever. Just people know. So if people want me for history forever, sorry. I'm running to the end of that. It's the whole point of this thing. We're going to go, you're done, and then we can start doing other stuff because then I've explained religion. And, you can go watch the video, and I've shown how it relates to other cultures like China and stuff you don't know in Japan, and or not yet, but we're going to, and then the Americas, and Siberia and stuff. Explain this stuff, so then we don't have to explain it again, Cory. Then we can just go on and do our other stuff because I've already explained it. You can go watch the video. That's my point is. Because I would like to talk a lot more about, my anarchist stuff and a lot more about socialism, a lot more about doing, even talking about, all kinds of other stuff like that. I really care about it and morality and all kinds of stuff. So there's stuff that matters to me. It's just that I know that once again, like teaching facts, I got to teach you the facts. You don't have the facts.
Yeah.
You fucking don't have the facts. I have to teach you the facts. So that's why, unfortunately, even though I'm not a history show in this sense, or not trying to be, these are facts, and they really, to me, help see that religion is wrong. We should all work together. Anarchism is great. States are horrible. You know what I'm saying? I'm teaching all this stuff by these facts.
Yeah, yep, for sure.
No, that's the goal in a sense that you're actually getting a full volume of stuff presented in a factual way about history or whatever. So that's the goal. But anyways, like I said, I really appreciate Cory, and so go ahead and tell us what you do because I think that what you do is also really great.
Every 2 weeks, pretty much right now, I'm putting out an episode. I do read reviews of where me and my friend Justin, we talk about a book that's relevant to the political. Our friend Justin, we talk about a book that's relevant to the political left, and we're coming up on 3 years doing that show, so that's pretty cool.
I've actually listened to several. I think I've listened to like 12 or 13, which I've never listened to that many of other people. I'm self-centered, man. I don't listen to other people. What the fuck? Like someone goes, you listen to Matt Dillahunty? I'm like, I think I've listened to like 1, maybe 2 videos. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've talked to him personally, but I'm just saying, like, and I think some of his stuff is kind of good, and I still don't really give a fuck. So I can tell you some of that's not personality. I just don't give a fuck. Literally.
Yeah, that's fair.
I have to force myself to. But going back to my thing. But your show is stuff that's interesting to me, so I find it beneficial.
And I think particularly with the read reviews and I combine it. Sometimes I do interviews with people from various leftist backgrounds and identities, discussing a variety of topics, and you combine the two, and I think I have a pretty well-rounded show.
Definitely.
So it's on your podcast apps. It's the Skeptical Leftist Podcast, and and on YouTube also.
Right on. Well, everyone should go and subscribe to his Patreon also, and go in and like his channel and his stuff and support. Go follow him on all the apps. Cory needs support. Cory's stuff is great. I don't fucking get it. Just like I don't get why I don't have more followers. Like both of us are great people. What the fuck is going on? And how the hell are our scumbags getting more fucking followers? Like, is the world fucking fucked or what, man? Because it would have you feel. Well, I'm saying
it can feel like pretty disheartening at times.
Well, because I'm thinking, okay, I know the world is fucked, but now you're telling me other anarchists are fucked or other socialists are fucked. They're choosing these fucking dumb fucks.
Yeah.
Because even if they're smart, I'm not saying that they're intelligent. I don't know them, so but the things that they're saying are not quality and they're shit. So that to me, that you're a dumb fuck. Because what the fuck are you talking that bullshit for? And now your responsibility is greater because you have these followers. How shameful are you that you are, in a sense, not doing the right thing? It's fucking vile. Anyways,
it's pretty gross.
Yeah, gross.
All right.
All right. Well, on that note, we will see you next time. And next time we're going to do 2 shows on agnostics and how
very cool.
I'm exposing their errors, which we kind of did that similar kind of stuff.
A little bit.
So this actually would be good to go into that.
For sure.
Because they make a bunch of claims that have to be debunked.
Cool.
Right on.
Have a good one.
Yep.
Hello, and welcome to my channel. I am Damien Marie AtHope. In the simplest terms, I am an atheist-humanist philosopher and prehistorical writer-researcher at DamienMarieAtHope.com. I am specifically an axiological atheist. An axiological atheism can be thought to involve ethical and value theory reasoned and moral argument driven apatheism, agnosticism, atheism, antitheism, antireligionism, secularism, and humanism. Axiological atheists can be understood as a value theory or a value science atheist. As an axiological atheism's ethically reasoned and constructive pro-humanity. I am an axiological thinker, value theorist. The science of goodness, worthiness, usefulness, valuableness, virtue, reliableness, accuracy, validity, morality, integrity, beneficialness, etc., etc. We axiologists have a value consciousness. And in general, we see the architecture of humanistic humanitarianism value in people that we see as dignity beings. Places and things are not. Axiology is a value theory. In its broadest sense, it involves areas of philosophy that are deemed to encompass some evaluative or evaluation aspect. Therefore, it crosses almost all domains in some way or another. Now for a more detailed terms as to what I am. I am an axiological atheist, an anti-theist, an anti-religionist, secularist, humanist, rationalist, writer, artist, poet, philosopher, advocate, activist with schooling in psychology, sociology, as well as I am an autodidact, self-taught in science, archaeology, anthropology, and philosophy. I promote science and am against pseudoscience, pseudohistory, pseudomorality, things that are found in religion.